Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest-rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Beginning with breaking news this morning, as we look at day 5, because this whole thing out in LA started Friday. So Friday night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Today's Tuesday, June 10th. This is the 5th, day 5. It's not the full day. I know the media is saying, oh, it's the 4th day, 4th full day, but this started 5 days ago. And so we have President Trump, we have DHS, Homeland Security, all of them, ICE, these anti-ICE rallies, raids across the country. Nobody else is tolerating it like California. And the polls support the fact, the polls reveal the fact. Every poll over and over, including the most important poll, which was Election Day, that Trump wins on this one. So I'll just point that out to you. We'll talk about Philadelphia. We'll get into it. By the way, what's President Trump doing today on this Tuesday? They're kicking off, they're calling it the kickoff of the Army's 250th birthday. That's what's going on. And today they kick all of that off. Where will Trump be? Fort Bragg. So he's in the Carolinas today. I know there are all kinds of protests. It won't work. And it just, to me, it means as they make their way, as they start these today, Tuesday, through the weekend. And we talked to the great Ambassador Monica Crowley, who's fabulous. Yesterday, you can listen to that as far as what's going on in D.C. this weekend with a big celebration of the United States Army's 250th birthday, all those commemorations. That'll be in D.C. Saturday. She talked about it and gave us all the deets yesterday. But all units at Fort Bragg will conduct all of these readiness demonstrations for the president. And President Trump is scheduled to observe a military demonstration that is 2:40 this afternoon, 2:40 p.m. Then after observing the demonstration and all of that happening at Fort Bragg, President Trump is scheduled to speak today, 4 p.m. So just to think about your calendar, I imagine we'll take some of this live here because that's the beauty of being live and local. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. We have that flexibility, if you will. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, he'll be there at Fort Bragg and with the president, traveling with the president as part of these festivities and celebrations. And then they'll meet with soldiers, military families. And this is also part of President Trump trying to rebuild our military. It has to do with defund the military, defund the police movement, all of that. And so, anticipation is building toward, I believe, toward this Saturday. And then there are protests, of course, planned Saturday at Cross Creek Linear Park. That's in Fayetteville, North Carolina. So we'll see how that goes. I think it'll fizzle. I think that only in California are they really supporting this, allowing this, and that starts at the top. Leadership begins at the top. That's Gavin Newsom, and he doesn't like it. The fact that Trump is saying this morning, if you look at these images they're coming to us because right now they're 3 hours behind us. So it's 7:00 in the morning in Los Angeles. And it's overwhelming to look at these pictures as you see all of these forces, the National Guard, right? The federal. Now you got the United States Marines. So they have arrived. Now my grandpa John was a Marine. I got Marines in my family. That's a special breed of American, right? The USMC. They have arrived. And they are bad I can tell you. And so they are there on the streets of Los Angeles. And you should see these sort of wimpy little, they were here and they got their mask that was given to them. And then they look at these like big guys, like make my day. Mm-hmm. That's all fizzling. Yeah. Boom. It's done. It's over. Go home. So we got that going on. Yeah.
Tricia McLaughlin, Don, just appeared on CNN, the Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security, and she actually just talked about, if the LA officials, if California officials are out there, saying that they're good, why do they need the Marines? Why do they need the National Guard? You want to hear what she had to say about that?
Well, she's feisty.
Yeah, she's awesome. Take a listen.
If they have it under control, why is it necessary to double the number of National Guard troops?
Well, John, last night we actually saw that our law enforcement, there was Molotov cocktails being thrown at them. They were being bombarded by rocks being thrown at them as well, pummeled. Again, fires being lit, public property being defaced. So for them to say that they have this under control, it is just absolutely false. But they've been saying that since the beginning. Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass have been saying that this is mostly peaceful. When Americans have eyes and ears and they can see for themselves that these have not been peaceful protests, as cars have been lit on fire and our law enforcement has been assaulted. So we would like for local and state law enforcement to actually get this under control, John. But I think President Trump is absolutely showing leadership here by calling in for more resources so that we can make sure LA communities are safe and that American citizens are safe.
Yeah, so in this one, let's point out to you as far as the rock throwing, we have officers injured. We watched as they have the cinder blocks, they're breaking up, or the big rocks, big size, they're like half a brick size. But the FBI identified this individual who is wanted for hurling a cinder block, these cinder block sized rocks at federal officers during these riots in Los Angeles. And the line was, you can run, but you can't hide. So they showed different photos of an individual. In one point, he has a full, like a mask on. Then another point, he's not wearing a mask. So they have him, they say it's the same guy, but they've identified this man and they are calling him a most wanted individual. He's identified as 40-year-old Elpidio Reina. And they're saying that he's on their FBI most wanted list. $50,000 reward for this guy. You can't run. You can run, but you can't hide. He's seen, they say, throwing rocks at federal officers and leaving. The officers at one point were leaving a command post in Paramount over the weekend. It was a brazen attack caught because everybody's taking videos. And so there are other videos of this guy, but they have multiple pictures of him. And either it's a mugshot or it's his driver's license photo. I don't know which one it is. But they seem to have a photo of him in which it sure looks like a mugshot. So I don't know. Does this guy have a criminal past or is that a driver's license photo? It's a state level, photo, but they've ID'd him and say they will get him. And they've issued they've said he's not yet in custody, but they've ID'd him. His picture is everywhere. So we're following that one for you as the Marines have arrived on scene. And they've said that they've now doubled that number, as you just heard CNN alluding to this morning. Let's take you now. I want to take you really quick. I know it's primary day. I know you want to talk about it in New Jersey. But I want to get to the story of Morristown Senior High School because they have issued, in fact, a statement. And this has to do with the search for somebody who has been identified as an underage individual. We're learning more about that situation in Morristown, that quiet neighborhood where they've never had anything like this. I mean, there was a massive police presence. In fact, the feds were called. In fact, you had, at the level of Homeland Security, anti-terrorism task force at the federal level called to this very quiet tree-lined neighborhood in Morristown, New Jersey. Now we're learning more that you had a group of, and by the way, today they're having an event at the high school, honoring their high school seniors, but one senior apparently won't be there. That senior reportedly, there are some sources saying this senior teen, underage, or just turned 18 over the weekend, in fact, may have fled the country and went back to Russia.
What?
This is what they're saying.
Wow.
So let me give you the details. There was a news conference going on that happened yesterday, so we're getting new deets on this. But let me give you the details on this. A group of high school seniors over the weekend, this is Morristown Senior High School, right? Seniors. They gather for like a final project. They all gather, and they need some more materials. So one particular student says, "Oh, I got the good stuff. Let me go to my house, and I'm going to go back, and I'm going to bring some stuff that you're going to love this, as it's a lab experiment, chemical project, whatever, senior project." So this kid comes back now. He brings all these things, and all of a sudden they're like, "Whoa, this is for real. This is not just like a little vinegar and watch, something mild happen." So the federal authorities say they're searching for this Morristown teenager who they say actually blew up, did a demonstration. This is the first time we were hearing this, blew up some homemade explosives while helping some classmates with a school science project. That's what we learned in that news conference yesterday. So the police were called in. They said they were told, and the parents reportedly are fully cooperating. They confirmed the presence of these improvised explosive devices, IEDs, on the premise. Link them to a boy, a student, who lives there on the 400 block of East Oak Avenue. But that's not where it started. I think it started at another kid's house, and that's why we were hearing multiple homes. So at first we were hearing he was in custody. Then we were hearing he would be charged with causing or risking widespread injury or damage of having a prohibited weapon or device. That was from police yesterday. But we kept hearing he was not in custody with the Morristown Police Department. And then the federal authorities, they report they're tracking this kid, but say, nah, there's no threat to the public. So the neighbors, the community is what I started hearing about this over the weekend, then we even had some of you even calling into the station. So a lot of different community members very concerned about this. Authorities, state level, local level, federal level, they say there's no threat here. We know that bomb techs executed a search warrant at the suspect's East Oak Avenue home. Again, $1.5 million home. And all these beautiful homes, never had this happen before. Very unusual, making international news. Where is this kid? The family, the parents reportedly cooperating. What's going on here? Neighbors had to evacuate. We told you that, but we did get the news conference yesterday. Morristown High School did release a statement saying that they were concerned, saying they did as a precaution. The high school, William Allen Middle School, Morristown Upper Elementary School, they all were, they all had searches, no threats identified, no IEDs or explosives identified. But do you have a piece of that news conference, Dan, that we can hear from the police chief there?
Was launched.
Brought his material over to try and help the situation or help them build what they were trying to build.
When police served a search warrant on the teen's East Oak Avenue home, they detonated volatile material discovered. Neighbors felt the explosion.
I woke up feeling that there was an earthquake or something, so I really didn't realize what's going on.
At this point, we're pretty confident that there are no threats out there.
The Morristown School District says police swept several schools as a precaution, including Morristown High School, which had an increased police presence today. The suspect, who turned 18 over the weekend, has not been identified. Police said today they don't know if he is in custody.
You know the rest.
And so why is it that somebody who's an 18-year-old, by the law, an adult, why aren't they naming this teen? And there are members of the community who say this teenager fled the country already and is in Russia. Why wouldn't they name this individual if they're planning on charging him? So the report, by the way, there are conflicting reports in that news report that you heard where they covered the news conference yesterday afternoon. They're saying that the officials detonated one of the bombs. Okay, that's consistent. What's inconsistent is that the feds actually said, the federal authorities said, that in fact the teen had detonated some things to sort of show off or what have you, that he had these, and these are not amateurish. That's the whole point here, that the home lab, when they executed the search warrant in the suspect's home, this is not an amateur lab. That's the concern by the federal authorities. So we're on it. We'll continue to cover this. But where is this teen? And why not name an 18-year-old who, by the law, is no longer a kid? Why wouldn't you name him? This is my question. I don't have the answer. 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break. Man, and Dan found this incredible video. You want to see this. This is a kid, a child, confronting these pro-Hamas, anti-Israel protesters. And this little boy, you got to see it. Stay right there.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock and prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area. Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com. TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878. 800-948-7878.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life, you need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying,
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
As I told you earlier this morning, President Trump heads to Fort Bragg later this afternoon. He'll be joined by Pete Hegseth, who is on Capitol Hill in a pre-scheduled hearing where he's talking about answering questions about the military budget. So we're following those hearings for sure. And remember that we will talk moving forward about what did RFK Jr. do, the CDC announcing all 17 members of a vaccine advisory panel were removed, with Kennedy saying the committee has been plagued with persistent conflicts of interest and has become little more than a rubber stamp for any vaccine. So that making some MAHA headlines, among other things. We'll have Dr. Mary Mass, local pediatrician, local doctor, who you've heard from. She's great. And so we'll talk all things MAHA with her as well. So let's get back to it. If we look at what's going on, by the way, another headline this morning I just want to bring to you, these high-level trade talks are going on. They're resuming for a second day in London, right? Just over the pond on the other side. The Trump administration team is negotiating with the Chinese vice premier. And you know who's over there? Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. We have the U.S. Trade Rep, Jamieson Greer, and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. So the team is over there, and they're negotiating over trade with China. U.S.-China talks, not even in the headline because of what's going on with these anti-ICE protests around the country.
I do have some with Hegseth if you wanted. In exchange with McCollum, Benny McCollum, where he addresses the L.A. riots and the Marines being there. If you want it, we can do it after the interview, too.
Yeah, let's hold. Do we have time? I don't know if we have time to go to the little boy that we saw.
Okay.
I love this.
Yeah, let's do it.
So we'll hold that because I think that's a little more predictable that, they're justifying, which I don't think they have to justify, especially with us, with this audience. The fact that, you have the United States Marines called in. Let us not forget that on day 2, where you had federal law enforcement officers, well announced, in full gear, they were making targeted arrests. And I read you the rap sheets of these individuals yesterday. These are not like random raids. That's not what's going on. There are targeted arrests going on across the country, including our area, of dangerous and or drug dealing and or criminals, quite frankly, but they're here illegally. And ICE, federal law enforcement, surrounded, outnumbered, they called for help. They're allowed to do that. And now they've got the help. They've got the backup. And they're saying, hey, Gavin Newsom, if you're not going to enforce the laws, we will. That's the word from Trump. So let's go to this kid. So we've talked about these anti-Semitic, pop-up situations, deadly, dangerous across the country. This is Colorado. Remember we told you in Colorado they were holding a peaceful, really a prayer vigil, if you will, on this 613th day, by the way, today, of Jewish hostages being held by Hamas somewhere down in caves and below Gaza, right? So this kid comes out now in Colorado. This happened over the weekend. And in Colorado, they finally return after that attack that we had told you about previously, where people were being lit on fire by this illegal scumbag. So listen to this little kid, and he's a Jewish boy, and he's confronting these pro-Hamas, anti-Israel, however you want to say, in a very polite way, a very well-educated, wouldn't you say well-educated way? Is that fair, Dan?
Yeah, it's almost heartwarming how this kid addresses the situation, because it would take a lot for me. If you're having a celebration like this, an event like this, and you still have these pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas protesters show up, it would take a lot for me not to raise my voice.
And he's a child.
And he's able to just gracefully handle his situation.
Here it is.
I mourn every day. I personally, I have tried to send support to some of the children. I do care for children. Okay, the problem is that Hamas funnels aid and
flying
they
the
steal
Israeli flag supports the murder of those children.
I have had people go up to me and threaten me and my brothers for the mere act of being Jewish. And while it may not be because of you, your rhetoric helps support and embolden these militant people. And no, Judaism is Zionism. Zionism is not. Whatever you think about Zionism, you're not safe if it's not anti-Semitic. Because you did not attack us because we were Zionists. You attacked us because we were Jewish. Jewish people are confident. What do you see?
So here's this boy, 10 to 12 years old, and he's identifying himself as a Jewish child, very politely, standing back. And these people they have their pro-Hamas signs. They're wearing, by the way, face masks. He does not have his face covered or his identity covered, but the pro-Hamas, anti-Jewish individuals, many of them masked and with signs and flags and all of that. It's on a beautiful square. This is Colorado, right? Is this Boulder?
Yep.
Where that horrifying. So, it's a beautiful square in Boulder, Colorado. It's all, brick and cobblestone and a lovely square. And
it's actually the exact site of that terrorist attack. And they had a Jewish festival this past Sunday that drew 250 plus people. It's just a amazing situation out there that, the Jewish community coming out strong after such a horrific situation.
But think about, there's that saying, out of the mouths of babes come words of wisdom. And you think about a child, and he's sincere, he's innocent. And they even sort of mock him, and they even say something about children. He says, I do feel for the children. And he's talking about the rhetoric and how the rhetoric is dangerous. This is a threat. You're threatening Jews. And it's so obvious to a child. It's so obvious to an innocent child what these individuals are all about and what they're doing. And he's trying to have an honest, earnest moment of clarity and conversation. But they, the grown-ups, right? They, the grown-ups, are trying to silence him, talk over him. He's very polite. I mean, am I saying anything that's out of...
No.
You tell me.
Not at all. And what happened after this is... it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible because on social media, I mean, 1,044 likes on TikTok. He's spewing rhetoric. He was brainwashed to believe his conscience is conflicted. 31 likes. We owe Germany an apology, Dawn. Jaw and Doe writes on TikTok. 184 likes. He deaf isn't starving like the Gazans, making reference to his weight. Can you say brainwash? Put that kid in a cannon, blow him to Israel, someone writes.
Which is a threat. So that should be pulled down and flagged.
I can't believe just the social media response that this kid has faced, too.
No, and he's, thank God he's safe. But I will say, you see them pulling, they want to ignore him. And they don't want him to be heard. And he's this kid. And yeah, he's a middle school age kid who is at that little, when boys are about to have a growth spurt and they go through that little husky. He's not
kind of like awkward phase.
He's like awkward, a little husky phase because they're about to have a growth spurt. So that's how I can tell you he's in that middle school zone. And so that to make fun of his weight or his appearance, that's all they've got. And that's why, once again, this is a losing battle. But I want you to look at that. If you're somebody who is voting for Democrats, that's what you're voting for. You're voting for people who are masking up and hiding behind masks. And they hate that boy. And you know why they hate him? Because he's Jewish. I want you to let that sink in America on a public square, this innocent, sweet child. They hate him. They ignore him. They want to drown out his voice because he is Jewish. Shame. Shame on you. Shame on them. It's sick and it's a losing battle. But this is why you have more and more Americans, all of us as Americans, standing up to this, saying this is the party of hate. Whatever happened to hate has no home here. My God. God bless this little boy. I hope he's safe, and thank God nobody attacked him or did anything like that. But it really exemplifies what's happening in America and why the polls keep going toward the Republicans, because either you've got the Republican Party or you've got crazy off the cliff. There's no more D party. I mean, they've been hijacked. 855-839-1210. All right, I have to break because we have Dr. Mass right around the corner. We'll switch to Maha and update you on everything.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say, we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Hey, we're going to get to our great interview with Dr. Miriam Mass and get her latest take. You want to hear from her. But 10 seconds ago, President Trump posting on Truth Social, so I want to give you this breaking news. That President Trump is saying that if he did not send in the troops, all caps, to Los Angeles the last 3 nights, that once beautiful and great city would be burning to the ground right now, much like 25,000 homes burned to the ground in L.A. due to incompetent governor and due to the incompetent governor and mayor. He says that the much more difficult time consuming and stringent federal permitting process is virtually complete on those homes, while the easy and simple city and state permits are disastrously bungled up and way behind schedule. Remember, I told you about that. That's frustrating to builders and particularly to homeowners. They can't rebuild. Trump goes on to say, quote, and this is very quick, "They are a total mess and will be for a long time. People want to rebuild their houses. Call your incompetent governor and mayor. The federal permitting is done." So sending a message to the people of Los Angeles, the federal permitting process is done. You can rebuild. You should rebuild. And the only one standing in the way he's putting out here is to put the blame on the mayor and the governor. That just seconds ago from President Trump. So just wanted to update you on that one. All right, let's get to Dr. Mass. I'm going to switch gears here as we talk about MAHA and what's going on. And I know that you had turned me on to and sent me Dr. First, I'll welcome you in. I'm going at warp speed here because there's so much. Dr. Miriam Mass, my friend, how are you?
Oh, I'm excellent. You know, when you garden, you love the rain. So tomatoes are growing, the peppers are growing, all of my herbs and arugula and lettuce and cabbage, it's all coming in. So
I love following you on social media because I love everything you put out there, and everybody should follow you on social media. And it's at Mass, MASS _Marion. But you had, put us to a realclearhealth.com article in which you had first of all talked about what was going on with MAHA as far as Dr. Oz and the Senate GOP members like Senator Bill Cassidy and Dr. Roger Marshall. That you had put out there as far as making Medicare more solvent, something that should be a baseline issue that we could all really support. If you would, Dr. Mass, take us through what you're talking about and what this means for every single American to improve our healthcare system.
Sure. Look, it's pretty simple. We're spending more, we're getting less all the time, right? And I'm picking up my own social media. I'm picking up the newspaper. I'm reading headlines now that when the one big beautiful bill went over to the Senate, everyone's saying now the Republicans are attacking Medicare. Well, the only thing that I know that the senators did is they're now looking at Bill Cassidy, a Republican from Louisiana. And, I know people have their issues with Dr. Cassidy. But here in this particular issue, he's doing the right thing with his No Upcode Act in the Medicare Advantage plans. And he's actually working with a Democrat. We should be celebrating this. And what he's looking at is the fact that Medicare Advantage plans, and now 54% of Medicare recipients are on a Medicare Advantage plans. But these Medicare Advantage plans are, they're basically performing fraudulent diagnoses in Medicare. Last year, there was a big article in the Wall Street Journal about something called upcoding. I'd like to explain to you how that works, because if you're going after fraud in a program, you're making the program more sustainable. And when Bernie Sanders comes out and says, now they're going after Medicare, no, they're going after the fraud in Medicare. And some of his senators on the Democrat side are helping, and that's great news. So Medicare Advantage, here's how it works. You don't have to get Medicare Advantage. It's a choice, right? And when you do get Medicare Advantage, the government pays whatever insurer is running the plan, roughly $3,700 a year to take care of a healthy Medicare Advantage patient. But those insurers get paid more if you're sicker. So, and they get paid more for certain diagnoses. And I'll give you a specific example, diabetic cataracts. Old age cataracts, which almost everyone has, the Medicare Advantage insurers collect zero for that. If you have a diabetic cataract, they'll collect maybe $2,700 a year more. So you're almost doubling what the insurers are collecting. So this is the government giving the money to the insurers. You get it? Well, what the insurers, some of them got caught doing, is they send a nurse out to a patient's home. They ply them with a $50 gift card. Hey, we'll give you this gift card. It's almost like a bribe to get this home visit. And then they diagnose them with various conditions. And in the initial Wall Street Journal article, they were found billing $700 million in a 3-year period just for diabetic cataracts that didn't exist. So either the patients didn't have diabetes or didn't have cataracts, or they had cataracts, their cataracts were fixed, and so it was an impossible diagnosis. And overall, in this investigation, they found $50 billion was collected by these Medicare Advantage insurers from diseases that no one even treated. So sometimes the diagnoses weren't even anatomically possible.
Oh my God.
I mean, that's Medicare fraud. I mean, doctors get thrown in jail, pay huge fines for committing Medicare fraud, and now we have big insurers doing it. Of course you should go after this. Of course you should go after this.
And
it may be even worse than that. It's like, I think one study, they think the overpayments are as high as $140 billion a year.
And so with this, as far as this goes, that's the upcoding, because they're basically getting the patient to, they have control over this, and they're convincing the patient that they have this and they need a treatment that they don't really need. Then they never deliver the treatment, but they take the money. Is that what you're saying?
Well, first of all, you had me at the insurers are making the diagnosis.
Yeah.
So they're sending it, typically nurses aren't diagnosticians. They're sending the nurses out in many cases to make a diagnosis. Sometimes the patient's own primary care doctor doesn't even know that the diagnosis is made. So there's like a lot of fragmentation of care in there, and then they're collecting the money for doing so. And when they looked into this, the Wall Street Journal, so like it's called sickness scores. And when you joined Medicare Advantage, your sickness scores went up 30% in the first year if you left standard Medicare and went to Medicare Advantage. But for United Healthcare, those sickness scores went up 55%. And, so there's multiple diagnoses you can make, and then you're collecting more money off of that. So if you're making a diagnosis that's not anatomically correct, at his hearing, I watched the Dr. Oz hearing. both Dr. Oz, Elizabeth Warren, and Bill Cassidy all agreed that this was fraud. And so now, within the Senate version of the One Big Beautiful Bill, they're looking at putting some guardrails at stopping this upcoding. And, Dr. Cassidy's working with some Democrats on this, and there should be bipartisan agreement. We don't want fraud in Medicare. It makes it more sustainable. And over at CMS, Dr. Oz is looking at auditing this pretty significantly. I mean, I say go.
And
let's do this.
So for Medicare Advantage, and I believe that was something Republicans advocated for, right? Medicare Advantage, wasn't that supposed to be a good thing?
Medicare Advantage is a Republican construct. So, honestly, my gosh, Dawn, let me give you a clinical situation. If I'm treating a patient and I think the patient has pneumonia, but then later the patient comes back, they're not getting better and they're wheezing, I have to change my tactic, right? Mm-hmm. That's what a good physician should do. This is what good lawmakers should do. So now I see Republicans coming after a program that Republicans created and rooting out the fraud, waste, and abuse in it. I mean, honestly, it's sort of like changing your tactic as a physician. Dr. Oz has been very complimentary of Medicare Advantage over the years, but now he's coming along and saying, hey, there's some fraud in here, and we've got to fix this. I have a lot of respect if you're coming after the problems in your own team, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, the Democrats seem completely unwilling to look at problems that are inherent within Medicaid. I mean, my gosh, for your listeners, here's like a little, some information. Medicaid is often run by private insurers too. The company Centene. Centene manages 22% of the Medicaid managed care in America. And Centene's revenue is $163 billion. They have a CEO that makes $18 million a year and 5 others that make somewhere between $4.8 and $10.6 million a year. Centene is a company that has a PBM. 20 states are investigating their pharmacy billing. And Centene's already settled for almost $600 million in overbilling through their PBM. But where are the Democrats? Medicaid expansion has been a Democrat construct, but are the Democrats pointing out the abuse in this system? And you can look at the revenues of Centene right before the Medicaid expansion happened. The revenues were about $11 billion. Most of their business comes through the Medicaid managed care. Now their revenues went from $11 billion to $163 billion. How is that not related to Medicaid expansion? So when I see Republicans attacking the fraud, waste, and abuse in Medicare Advantage, I'm honestly really pleased to see that they're going after a program that is a Republican construct. But, I don't see the Democrats doing the same, and it's disappointing.
But as you write in the Real Clear Health, article, you talk about Medicare Advantage basically created, in a way that allows the gaming of the system. Why not just get rid of it?
Well, it's a choice. There's a lot of people that feel that it fills gaps in coverage. There's no dental or eye care under Medicare. But the problem is if there's select insurers that are performing fraudulent upcoding, then maybe Americans should not trust or choose to hire that as their Medicare Advantage plan. I mean, Medicare Advantage just offers more choices, right? So you have coverage that you would choose because not everyone wants the same coverage. Healthcare is very personal. So maybe we should be looking, in the piece, I kind of suggest that whatever the findings are with this audit, and I hope they're done through reputable sources, because if you look at CMS, they use a United Healthcare subsidiary. It's Optum serves 1PI. They're one of the primary groups that CMS hires to help investigate waste, fraud, and abuse. I don't want them investigating, because it looks like United Healthcare is potentially participating. So I hope we have some auditors in there without conflict, and then I hope whatever they find in terms of the fraudulent activity is trumpeted widely And then maybe companies that have been making money off of Medicare Advantage, and I'll point right to AARP. This is great for your listeners to know, but the AARP in 2021, about 40% of its revenue came from United Healthcare because they collect royalties from selectively helping to lift up these plans. That's less than half the amount that they get from membership dues. You know, that 40%, their revenue, more than twice the amount than they get from membership dues. And then when you look at AARP's advocacy, I mean, they're speaking for, you know, in the past, they came down against President Trump's PBM rebate rule, which helps United Healthcare. They spoke for the IRA. You know, Medicare premiums in the previous administration, they had to spend $5 billion to hide the fact that the Medicare premiums went up because of the IRA. But the AARP spoke for it. So their advocacy seems to mirror what United Healthcare would want, and they have the conflict of interest of making money from helping to lift United Healthcare's Medicare Advantage plans. Did AARP steer people wrong? I personally think so.
Well, at the very least, AARP should have to disclose if they get royalties or anything. You know, in other businesses, if somebody on the, you know, whatever social media, if they get a royalty or they get a, you know, some kind of a kickback, basically, they usually have to put that out there. So AARP says they're a nonprofit. They're just standing up for senior citizens. But if they're getting money back, if they're getting payment from one group over another, then they should just have to have transparency. And I'm assuming there's no law that says they have to have transparency.
Well, I mean, you can go look up in their 990s. It's just not as
they're not
don't necessarily know about it or not aware of it, right? And then they're selectively helping to hawk the United Medicare Advantage plans. So, like, they're picking and choosing, you know. I mean, look, if you wanted to say, hey, look, here's Medicare Advantage plans, pick from one of these, and you're pointing to companies that are maybe not upcoding, you know, that I don't see a problem. I mean, there's a lot of people that come along and say abolish Medicare Advantage. Well, people are choosing to do it, as I said at the beginning. People are choosing to purchase it. But if they're led astray by a company that's making money off of it, and then a company who does a lot of lobbying and advocates for things that aren't helping the members, then maybe the members should reconsider their membership. And maybe America should potentially stop trusting a behemoth company that calls itself a nonprofit, as AARP does, makes $1.9 million in revenue, and pays its CEO $2.5 million, with 14 others making over $500,000 a year. I mean, I don't know.
Well, in this one, really quick, as far as United Healthcare, which is the, you know, full disclosure, that's my healthcare company, and I think it's one of the biggest, right, in the country. And you write in here that they run more of these MA plans and have been accused of, or they allegedly have upcoded more than any other insurer. And so they also employ associated with 10% of America's practicing physicians. So what's a person to do? I mean, right now, this is obviously being investigated and doged, as basically, as I say, they're looking for, you know, fraud, abuse, and waste, which is contrary to what we hear, you know, in the headlines. But what's a person to do right now? In other words, the worst thing that can happen is that you go through your MA and you do the right thing and you go, oh my gosh, look at, I have some kind of cataracts, or I have this, or do you get a second opinion, or what should a person do?
I think you find yourself in a position that you trust, and if you're on a Medicare Advantage plan, then you check and see, like, you know, have them help you find what your risk scores are. I guess you could call United. I don't know how easy that's going to be to get through to there. I think if you're a budding senior and about to be a Medicare senior, then, you know, choose carefully and make sure that you're choosing a company wisely if you're going to pick a Medicare Advantage plan. Some people may not want Medicare Advantage plans. You know, there's other things going on where as patients get sicker, they're finding, even though they paid money or the government is paying money to help subsidize this, and of course Medicare patients are paying in it too. But then they're finding that they're not getting as much covered. As time has gone on, the Medicare Advantage plans are responsible for an increasing amount of what we call prior authorizations, which simply put for your listeners, it's like Mother May I from the insurance company saying, no, we won't let you have this treatment. We won't let you have this drug. And then you, the patient, are maybe suffering when you don't get the treatment that you need or want or that your doctor thinks you want. And it's the Medicare Advantage insurer that's making that decision. So streamlining prior auths is another, big thing that's on the radar of a lot of performers in the healthcare space, so that we're not having patients have their care delayed with prior auths, and we're not having insurance companies make decisions that are not necessarily good decisions for the patient after the patient's paid for what they thought was coverage.
And Dr. Mass, as far as this goes, I mean, in any other, the financial world or, I don't know, any other industry, you would think that if somebody is busted for committing any kind of fraud, waste, and abuse, they would face repercussions. And so do you see that happening, and what do you think they should face?
Well, so far I haven't seen it happening, but, certainly, as I mentioned, sure. I don't know, jail time. I actually mentioned in the article, claw back the money.
Yeah.
If you have made diagnoses that are fraudulent, show us the money back, give it back. Because as it stands, this has been going on. I mean, as I mentioned in the article, this was known, I think, all the way back in 2012 that this was going on. CMS knew about this then. No one's done anything. And so now, for me, big picture, when you read those headlines that say, a big, beautiful bill in the Senate, they're attacking Medicare. No, they're attacking fraud, waste, and abuse in the Medicare system with this upcoding. And everyone should want that, because that will make the Medicare system more sustainable. Yeah. So you can't just buy the headline. And look, I know it's complicated. I can't say I understand everything either. I feel like I learn something new every time I read something about healthcare, because it's unduly complicated. I think they do it on purpose, frankly.
Yeah.
But you got to dig a little into the weeds, because dang it, it's our money, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're the ones spending. We really have single payer. The American public is paying for our healthcare, whether it's through commercial insurance, whether it's through Medicare, whether it's through Medicare Advantage, whether it's through Medicaid. We're paying one way or another. We ought to care who we're paying, how much we're paying, and what of that can be cut out because it's fraud, waste, and abuse.
Dr. Mary Mass, thank you so much. Until next time, my friend, thank you. Really, it's so great to talk with you. And, you can look this up, and even, there are articles you'll find even from years ago, where they talked about Medicare Advantage gaining influence, keeping billions of dollars in overcharges. So this is something that has been ongoing for years, but finally, there's this audit. So we just wanted to take you beyond the headlines there. 855-839-1210. A lot to update you around the corner. We'll take a quick break. I'm Dawn Stenslin. Be right back. And we'll talk about my friends from Piazza Auto Group, Piazza Premium Automobiles. Obviously, I am reporting from the Piazza Auto Group studio. And this is great news from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. Big award. What does it mean? It means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value that you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura, delivering more for your drive and your dollar. Visit them, Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. You can always shop online, piazzaacura.com, Piazza, piazzaacura.com. For all those special offers, piazzaacura.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. It's said you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. I'd like you to join me for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. I'm heading to Europe again. I'm going with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours, 5544, including airfare. The dining events wines we enjoy in Italy are the stuff of legend. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Monreale, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. We'll even enjoy the Godfather tour and visit the locales from the movie. The crown jewel of Sicily has to be Taormina. I'll see you on the Esplanade, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca.
For over 46 years, TNT Amusements in Southampton, Bucks County has been selling real pinball machines and arcade video games like Pac-Man directly to the home. Why not stop in and see our maze-like showrooms full of these machines and buy one for your family? And guess what? You can rent the same showrooms for a unique private party for any event. Google TNTAmusements.com.
First Harvest Credit Union is celebrating 85 years with special anniversary share certificates. Earn 3.85% annual percentage yield with a 7-month online-only certificate, or choose a 15-month certificate at the same great rate. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about these anniversary offers and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking accounts. Lock in higher earnings today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Yes, we have hundreds more U.S. Marines, some 700 U.S. Marines deployed by President Trump as they are descending upon Los Angeles. We're 3 hours ahead of them, so it's still morning in L.A., and we're getting the latest updates on that. And what does that mean for Philadelphia? Because, of course, we saw yesterday here in Philadelphia, in Norristown, we've seen ICE raids, we've seen anti-ICE protests, certainly nothing violent like we're seeing out west. And I'll point out to you, there's a reason for that. If you look at what's happening here on the East Coast, whether you look at, for example, Mayor Adams in New York City said, nope, we're going to shut this down. We will not tolerate any of these anti-ICE raids. We're cooperating. We want New York City to be safe. And I will submit to you that Mayor Sherrell Parker and our police commissioner Bethel do not want the fiery, costly raids that we saw in Philadelphia and across the country in the summer of 2020. I think they're saying, not in my house. This is not a popular issue with the African American community. And so this week, when you think about moving toward Juneteenth and all of the celebrations planned on Juneteenth for this Saturday in Philadelphia, these are African American emancipation type celebrations celebrating the Black community, and with culture, with music, with dance, with artwork and that sort of thing. Nobody wants to have this issue that is a pro-illegal immigrant issue. It doesn't go, it's like oil and water with the African American community. So in my humble opinion, I don't see the Juneteenth celebrations that are planned in Philadelphia this week and this weekend and Father's Day weekend being hijacked by this far left progressive movement. I don't see it. You can let me know. 855-839-1210 is the number to call, despite the fact that we do have protesters that rallied peacefully in Norristown as well as in and around Independence Mall. I just think it's an issue that's not going to stick. And if you look at the national polls, I had cited earlier that CBS poll that said at least more than half, 55% of Americans support Trump's, deployment and Tom Homan's idea of, hey, if somebody's here illegally, boom, you're out of here. And especially the news that 1.4 million illegals collecting Medicaid, a ton of money that's taking away from our benefits and our tax dollars. I just don't see that this is a popular issue here in Philadelphia. So I know that it's a woke issue and a progressive issue.
You ask Reddit,
I don't
get a different answer.
Well, let me move forward. Let me just give you some headlines really quick here, okay? We do have, for example, these all-important trade talks. That's happening. It's not in the headlines. I think that's to the benefit of Trump. I think he likes the fact that these high-level trade talks between the United States' highest officials within the Trump team, and they're meeting right now as we speak. They're in London, and they're at the table, and these talks continue. The fact that this is not in the headlines is a very good thing. Let them get the deal done because they're keeping the eye on the ball. They want to get this done this week ASAP. And so trade talks, I believe by the end of the week, they'll have some kind of a deal with China, and that takes a whole lot of pressure off. As we've got the LA protests going on, we've talked about that, and I should add Governor Gavin Newsom and his state attorney general there in California did file the lawsuit yesterday against the fact that Trump trumped him and sent in not just the National Guard and doubled those numbers to 4,000, but as well these 700 United States Marines. And then we do have, of course, in New Jersey, the voters in Jersey headed to the polls starting at 6 o'clock this morning, and they want to pick on the Democrat side, the Republican side, who will be the next governor of New Jersey. Will it be a Democrat? Will it be a Republican? And that race, obviously, this is a big, high-profile primary race that takes us to the November 2025 election in November. And is it some kind of a referendum on Trump? We will see. Who do you think is the best matchup? That's my question. So in other words, is it a better matchup if it's Mikey Sherrill to have somebody who's a better known person, Jack Ciattarelli, or is it somebody like a Bill Spadea who, like Sherrill, also served in the military? Bill Spadea, of course, served in the Marines. So that's my question for you. Who do you think is a better matchup? To me, if it's not Mikey Sherrill, I think that's better for whichever Republican prevails. I think she's the one to beat in a general election. That's just my humble opinion. Mom of four, chopper pilot, military veteran, all of that. Although she hasn't really made a lot of headlines, as we've seen, as Ross Baraka has made. But I digress. So let me know which matchup you think is the better one. 855-839-1210. So we'll talk about that. Real quick here, I want to get to what's going on, and I want your opinion on this. This is Attorney General Dave Sunday. You've heard me interview him before he was confirmed, and now he's a great AG for Pennsylvania. He's advising you as consumers that this deadline to file any kind of a proof of claim against that company known as 23andMe, the bankruptcy case, I want to put this date for you up here, July 14th of this year. So you've got you've got 1 month from today. Okay, you've got to get this done, or from this week. So consumers can be eligible to file a proof of claim if your personal or genetic information was exposed in that data breach as well. Remember that 23andMe case, they went bankrupt and now they're being sold to a company called Regeneron. This is a big deal. There is a way that you can retract and delete your information if you don't want it sold and out there. Because if you gave your saliva, they have all of your genetic info, all of your contact info. And Attorney General Dave Sunday, as well as many attorneys general from across the nation, are saying, no, This is not a good thing. If you trust a company for your confidentiality, they go belly up and they can sell it, and that's very valuable. Your genetic info, no, that's not good. So this is a really a landmark case that I want to put on your headline. Okay, Dan Borowski, I just want to get all that off my chest. So many headlines. Oh, I have to talk about Marvin E. Cans? I thought you wanted. All right. Dan's point around the corner and get your take as well as the best matchup. And have you ever done that with one of these DNA companies, where you want to find out if you have some long lost relative, but 23andMe, does this involve you? And are you concerned about your genetic info being sold? We got that going on. Marvin E. Cans, they're out to my house this afternoon, actually, for a little checkup, because even though I know it doesn't feel like summertime yet because we've had all this gloomy, rainy, weird weather, summertime is here. Keeping your home cool and efficient is paramount. You know that. And that's why I got my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. They're going to get your AC unit summer ready. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced this summer. The filters changed, all of that. Now, here's the thing. If Marvin E. Cans, if they believe that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price. They're going to install a high-efficiency Trane AC unit. It's hard to stop a Trane, Trane, as they say. So you got to call my guys. Marvin E. Cans, KANZ.com. Marvin E. Cans, tell them Dawn sent you.
It's that time of year again. Time for the Zeoli Army to become the Zeoli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May and join me for our first live broadcast of the summer at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, June 20th. These live shows are always the greatest, and I want to see you there. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, Friday, June 20th, our first live show of the summer, and you better be there because it's going to be something to remember.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. WPHT.
So in just a second, I want to get to this update. We don't hear many updates on Thomas Crooks or the assassination attempt of Trump. Isn't that weird that happened? We were consumed for a minute and then, nothing to see here. But I want to get to that story. And, well, I'll go to it now, actually. Then I have another story locally about Senator McCormick and the cartels. I love some of these. There's so many great stories this morning. Yeah. So in this one, this was the New York, I don't know if you guys saw this. It was the New York Times, and they put this out. The story, it's entitled "The Quiet Unraveling of the Man Who Almost Killed Trump." And what they released in this from the New York Times was, in fact, a video that I don't believe was out there, which is sad. And this is a young Thomas Crooks. Hi, my name is Thomas. And you see him. You hear him. Can we play this, Dan? If you're watching us on YouTube.
My name is Thomas Crooks, and it has always been my passion to create and build things of my own. Today, I want to tell you a little bit about myself and my academic goals, my passion for building things, my love of cooking with my family, and lastly, what I hope to achieve in this course.
And so he's making this, like all of us with teenagers nowadays. You might help your kids in high school or college as they're making a video. And you think about that less than 2 years later, and you see him, he's very clean cut. He's wearing a collared shirt, short hair, well groomed. And then less than 2 years later, grows out his hair, plans ahead, reportedly, right? Had to plan ahead, climbs up on that roof that was, we've heard all about the roof and the angle of the roof, and then gets off 8 bullets toward the future president, the past president, and Donald J. Trump as he's running for president, and gets off 8 shots, according to the authorities. And they entitle it "The Quiet Unraveling of the Man Who Almost Killed Trump," Thomas Crooks. And they go through, and to me, what's fascinating about this is the mental health aspect of what happened to this young man. Now, did somebody get a hold of him? Was he indoctrinated? They point out that, in fact, his close-knit family that he refers to, mom and dad, I think they say that mom and dad, remember we learned that they were social workers, but I believe mom's a Democrat, but dad and sister are registered independents. And so not necessarily, far left or far right or anything of that nature. And so they report that he was in a depression crisis. His father had noticed the shift. And on one hand, you may say, "Oh, Dawn, they're just trying to, make him a sympathetic figure." But I do find it fascinating to look into this young man and say, what happened to him? And was he vulnerable? As far as vulnerable to become somebody who would do something so violent and so crazy, and by the way, was essentially became his death sentence. Not only that of Corey Comparator, of course, the father who was killed that day that the media fails to, I mean, they bury it, which is bizarre. But as well, President Trump, just within my God, an eighth of an inch or less, as he turned his head to look at a big sign, a big graphic. And thank God he did turn his head. And it certainly the bullet gets his ear. But you think about what could have happened that fateful day and what brought down the decline of this 20-year-old who was out to murder him. I know there are all these conspiracy theories, but it is amazing. I think this is a good follow-up, and this is where journalism, that's a good thing. Whether you agree or disagree, 855-839-1210.
I do have audio from a classmate who talked about the bullying as well, if you want that.
The bullying.
Yeah. And his depression.
Yeah, he was bullied almost every day.
In what way? Can you explain?
I mean, he would sit alone at lunch. I mean, he was just an outcast, and you know how kids are nowadays, so they're going to see someone like that, and they're going to target him because they think it's funny or whatever, so it's the best way I can describe it. And it's honestly kind of sad. Like, I don't want to say this is what provoked it, but you never know.
You said he was a loner?
Yeah. I want to say he was a loner more because he was quiet, but like he was just bullied. Like he was bullied so much.
And so I would just say this, that, I think it's important to look at something like this and ask ourselves how many people, and this is in part, if you think about the one thing he was great at, they put out his high school scores. He had the top score at his high school, his top SAT score. Do you see this, Dan? Out of 1,600, he scored 1,530.
Wow.
He received perfect marks on 3 advanced placement exams. And this is the New York Times looking. So the one thing that this nerdy, highly intelligent kid was good at was school. And what happened to him here in Pennsylvania? He was banned from school. He was banned from high school, just like every other kid, right? Because we had Governor Tom Wolf. And I'm of course, I'm not going to blame Governor Tom Wolf or any leader for the demise of this kid. But I will say this, when we think about the pandemic and what we must never forget, we were all bullied. We were all banned, but our children suffered across the board. And I just will point out to you, the one thing that this kid had going for him was that he was a bright kid. His teachers, you know who he had friendships with? His teachers. That's who we heard from, in particular that one teacher. And so during the pandemic, you think about the mental health crisis and how it just was supersized. But I will tell you that this kind of thing, what strikes me is that this kid, this was the unraveling. And in this New York Times article, I don't know, Dan, I don't see them talking about the pandemic or the pandemic effects.
And it's funny you say that because I actually cut the video short. But this kid, Jason Kohler, who gave this interview to NBC Washington, actually said this at the end, what might reflect the spiral that might have COVID involved. Take a listen.
He would always wear a mask, even after COVID. He wore a mask, like a COVID mask, like even after COVID was over and all that. Yeah.
So that he was maybe hiding behind that. I don't know. Or maybe it impacted him, that he was afraid. I have no idea. I just, not that obviously nobody's going to be sympathetic to somebody who turns into this deranged killer. It is weird, remember, that they took his body, the local coroner complained, but you don't hear it anymore, that the chain of command was broken. The feds, they cremated this kid. They destroyed all the evidence. That is really weird to me. But I'll just wanted to point that out to you. It's a sad story, and we hear this all the time, and especially for young males in our society. And that's why right now, the bizarre thing to me is, with most young males in that age group, I will say, they have leaned into Trump because they wanted to lean away from progressive Democrat policies that banned them from school and that also shamed them and told them because they were born male, they were toxic and they don't deserve to be fill in the blank. They don't deserve to be in the best science classes or the best, you think about the sports leaning toward females. But this is a tragedy all the way around because that family, they lost their son too. But I will say that his mind was lost, and maybe that was something that the New York Times should look into. How many young people have we lost either to suicide or depression as a result of those ridiculous bans from school that led to the mental health crisis today? And remember, Governor Tom Wolf, where's he? He's out there living his best life. Where's Dr. Rachel Levine? Dr. Levine's out there living Dr. Levine's best life. All of these individuals, they wreaked hell on us, and we must never forget how they bullied us. Stand up, fight, fight, fight. 855-839-1210, the number to call. Quick break, be right back.
Conditions will continue to dry out as we head through the afternoon. There will be some sunshine, still the chance for a spotty shower or storm, high up around 83. For tonight, a little more comfortable, partly cloudy, low 66. And for Wednesday, partly sunny and less humid, still warm with a high 86.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Get ready for summertime with Jack Daniels and Coca-Cola ready-to-drink cans. Headed to your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store now to take advantage of $2 off 6-packs of the Jack and Coke Variety Pack, featuring 2 cans each of the original Jack and Coke, Jack and Cherry Coke, and Jack and Vanilla Coke. All perfectly mixed at 7% ABV. Perfect for down the shore or hanging with friends in the backyard. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Special from 7% ABV. Jack Daniel's Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's LL number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest, We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep working.
Something for your baby in the big, beautiful tax bill. So this was back in May that part of the big, beautiful bill, as it's called, included a little baby bonus. Now, back in late May, we didn't have the big announcement from Dan and Maisie that they're having a baby.
Yeah.
And we are so excited, little girl. But in the big, beautiful bill, if this all becomes law, there'll be a $1,000 baby bonus in these so-called Trump accounts. And only, so, you might say, well, wait a minute, my babies, well, they're teenagers. No, they have to be born after, like now or after 2024. So only certain people like Dan and Maisie you guys would definitely qualify.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so in this one, and this is the House voted for this, now it's obviously in the hands of the Senate. So it would be a new savings account for children with a one-time deposit of $1,000, okay? And so it's from the federal government. Now, I know that yesterday there was a roundtable in which he was inviting private investment from companies like Dell. And so part of this is a partnership with these investments from companies like Dell or Uber. And so we'll see what this looks like because obviously the big, beautiful bill hasn't fully passed. It only passed in the House. In the House proposal, the Trump accounts, as they would be known, they were previously known as Money Accounts for Growth and Advancement, or MAGA account. Get it? Money Account, Growth, Advancement, MAGA accounts.
Clever.
Can later be used for education expenses, maybe down payment on a first home or capital to start a small business, but they'd be for the children. So not for you and your wife, but for your little girl someday.
Which is, I think, nice.
Pretty cool.
Kind of protects it for the kid, for maybe parents who aren't so great out there that might want to access that.
And then under the House bill, again, we have to qualify this under what the House passed, but the Senate still has to. So parents, you or the grandparents anybody could contribute up to $5,000 a year, and then the balance would be invested in a diversified fund that tracks a U.S. stock index. And I guess this was the brainchild, pun intended, of, well, among others, Senator Ted Cruz. And so, it goes along with the 529 accounts. Larry and I always invested in the 529. I cannot recommend the 529s enough. Stacey Garrity, our treasurer, has talked about that a lot. It's really fabulous because the 529s, they're a tax incentive to get a jump on the savings because you're not taxed on them. And you're not taxed on them as long as you don't pull, as long as they go where they're supposed to go, to the kids' college.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So,
I'm kind of on the fence about it because part of me is concerned as to, who chooses which, investments are made and such. But I don't know. Before I go and talk about it, I guess we should probably hear from Trump.
Yeah. So this was President Trump did most of the talking, and this was Invest in America. It was a roundtable discussion. And you see the House Speaker to his right, Susie Wiles, is on the left. Here he is.
Here is how the accounts work. For every U.S. citizen born after December 31st, 2024, before January 1st, 2029, the federal government will make a one-time contribution of $1,000 into a tax-deferred account that will track the overall stock market. In other words, it'll be pegged to an index that we'll pick. Right, Michael? We'll pick it. We'll pick a good one. Maybe you should be the index. I'd like to have that. These kids would be very wealthy if that were the case. That would be good. I think we might do that, Michael Dell. These accounts will be private property controlled by the child's guardians, and in many cases, those guardians will be the parents. We think probably the parents will be the guardians. They'll be open for additional private contributions each year from family, friends, parents, employers, churches, private foundations, and more. This is a pro-family initiative that will help millions of Americans harness the strength of our economy to lift up the next generation, and they'll really be getting a big jump on life, especially if we get a little bit lucky with some of the numbers and the economies into the future. In addition to the substantial financial benefits of investing early in life, extensive research shows that children with savings accounts are more likely to graduate high school and college, buy a home, start a business, and are less likely to be incarcerated. Trump accounts will contribute to the lifelong success of millions of newborn babies. They are fully, and this will be very interesting, I think, for everybody to hear, they are fully funded through targeted reforms in the One Big Beautiful Bill, like the $1.7 trillion in mandatory savings, welfare reforms to stop waste and fraud, a 3.5% remittance tax, and more.
And so, by the way, Michael Dell, who's the CEO of Dell, as in computers, what he vowed yesterday, and he's the only one who specifically vowed this, that he would match dollar for dollar for his employees' children, that they would match. So let's say the parents, now I wonder what the match is, because you can donate. So the federal government, when your baby's born, so let's just say this passes, okay? And let's say Dan and Maisie, they have their little girl. And let's say her name is Daisy, Dan, Maisie, Daisy. Just say
with that now too. The rest of my family is as well.
Oh,
so.
no. So let's just allege that it's Daisy, just for a little. So Daisy then, from the federal government, gets this $1,000. Nobody can touch it. It's invested. So it's an investment, guaranteed investment, right? Now, let's say our employer, like Odyssey, matches something up to something. So what they're doing is that they're praising these companies, and I suspect that they get some tax benefit out of it. But let's say, so Michael Dell vowed to match the government's seed money, so that means $1,000. So would they match it one time or yearly? That's my question. And so would your company do matches? But then what you do is you say, hey, everybody, instead of buying me like another pair of like a baby spoon from Tiffany's, which is, please go in there and go into this and just grow that account for little Daisy. So up to $5,000 a year that's for Daisy that nobody touches. And then Daisy has that someday for her first home, for her where she goes to college or tech school or whatever. And so that's the idea here. What do you think, Dan?
I had to do 5 times 18 to figure out the math of that, because that's $90,000 by the time it matures, just in investment alone, not in the returns and such. That would be amazing for a kid to have when they're 18 years old. So it's great. I do have some more here from Michael Dell, if you want, Dawn,
Sure.
talking about his matching.
Sure.
Benefits. Following your inspiring lead, Mr. President, Dell Technologies will match the government's contributions dollar for dollar for every child born to a Dell team member. This isn't just a new benefit. This is an investment in our people, their families, our communities, and America's future. And it embodies our core belief that opportunity should begin at birth. My wife, Susan, and I, also through our family foundation, have been closely studying the Invest America Act.
He goes on from there as well.
So dollar for dollar, but the one-time thing is when your kid is born, so it's $1,000. Would other companies make it a perk because, great employees are hard to come by? So is this, part of a job perk that if you have a baby? It's also, we've talked about the fact that we have the opposite of a baby boom. We have a baby drought in America. Mm-hmm. And so they're trying to say, hey, America, have children and find these incentivize families to have the baby, but also bring forth, and they had a ton of, Uber, Goldman Sachs, who else? Salesforce, Arm Holdings. I mean, just, big companies that they're saying, why not donate to this or give some kind of a match, encourage your employees to have children. and families, and then offset the high cost of life, college education. So the 529 plan, what's prohibitive of that is that it's for education. The other piece of it is the 529, you can, let's say you have 4 kids, but let's say 2 of your kids go to, local like Penn State and Westchester. And then the 4th youngest kid, not that I'm speaking for an audience of 1, let's say the 4th kid, they decide, I'm going to go out of state to the most expensive college I can find. You can actually roll over, if everybody wants to do this, they can roll over their 529s to help that youngest kid, or they can save their 529 money for their kid, or if they want to go get a, master's degree. But I believe a 529, I think, as I understand it, has to stay within earmarked for education.
I'll play devil's advocate here,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm just curious as to what you think about this. With the 529, there's no federal governmental contribution, correct? There's no $1,000 being put in the account by the federal government?
Well, the only government contribution is that it's, so in other words, and I'm doing this. So my 529 money, Larry's, all these years, right? You're talking about 18 years.
Yeah.
We put in all this money since the moment our kids were born, and so that accumulates. But we were never taxed on it.
Okay.
So the government contribution was
Not taxed.
that as high earners, even through our biggity big TV anchor days, right? Then we were not taxed on those dollars. Those were untaxed dollars. That's a benefit. That's a huge benefit. That's a donation, essentially, from the federal government or state, that they weren't taxing it. And then, as long as that money is pulled out when the kid is in college, it's not taxed because it's going where it's supposed to go, to college. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, but as a beneficiary of this, I am definitely in favor, I gotta say. But if I weren't able to have children, I'd be wondering, why do they get $1,000 from the government but not me?
Well,
And I wonder if there are people,
that's
out there.
life. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's life.
Yeah.
Why is it that a person, we could go through this. Why is it that there are why is it that 1.4 million illegals right now can get free care if they have diabetes, and my kid, I pay through the nose?
Yeah. Another devil's advocate.
You know what I mean?
Why?
But the benefit is to get people, because we have a real problem here. And some say it's a national security issue. People are not having babies. You and your wife put off having babies because you're so conscientious and you want to save up and buy a home and do things right. But you know what, Dan? A lot of people don't, and they just mooch off the system and have their kid and have the rest of us pay for it.
On the flip side, though, wouldn't giving them an extra $1,000 incentivize them to have more children? Say, here's $1,000 for each kid you have. Those mooching off the system?
No, because the money doesn't go to mom and dad. The money goes to baby Daisy. And that is a benefit for responsible mommies and daddies like you and your wife. It's directly, I think, aimed at young couples like you and your wife who've done it right. And you deserve this benefit because you've been screwed over by a system that passed you guys over, but instead gave all these benefits to 1.4 million illegal folks. Or people who went to expensive colleges and then said, I can't pay my student loan.
One more pushback.
Yes.
The control of said investment. If parents aren't choosing which index funds, that would ultimately allow one entity to choose which index fund gets all this federal money towards it. Doesn't that open up the door for a lot of corruption?
Well, that's the I think that's the question. It's almost like a trust. I believe they're saying they want to let it ride in the stock market. I think that's what I infer from reading about it. But I think that's something they have to hash out. Definitely. It would have to be a transparent process, and they would just have to make sure that, they're, like you're saying, that it's not vulnerable to any kind of fraud. Because my God, look at the interview with Marion Mass talking about all the fraud in a program that was meant to do the right thing. But you know what? Evil is as evil does. It's going to take advantage. And you're exactly right. So it needs the transparency. 855-839-1210.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Just wanted to touch base again. Mary with Wayne Realty Corp here. I'm so happy some of you took me up on my offer to visit. We love talking real estate and have the expertise, knowledge, and experience to help everyone. We are your realtors for life. Take a moment to visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call 610-687-5280 or feel free to pop in and have a cup of coffee.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturday evenings at 5 and Sunday mornings at 9, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So 855-839-1210. We also had some housing news that Dan had, but I haven't taken any calls in a while. 855-839-1210. By the way, just one final thing before I take your call. So as far as the big beautiful bill, the House version that passed, I had it here, now I lost it. It was, I just want to make sure I have this right. Under that provision, again, it could change or be wiped out, but in the Senate plan, it would be a diversified savings account, tax, in other words, it would be not taxed, but it would grow as a savings account of some sort. I don't have all the details on it, but for baby Daisy, let's just say. What do you think about that? Do you think it's a good idea? 855-839-1210. Also under this, Dan and Maisie, for Daisy, when she's born, on their next taxes, they get a $2,500 child tax deduction. What do you think about that? Who's there? Michael? Hey, Michael.
How are you? I mean, the last thing this country needs is another entitlement program that you can't pay for now. As far as a one-time $2,500 tax credit, yeah, I can probably live with that. But to give everybody $1,000, where's the money coming from? And don't feed me this crap that it's paid for out of savings, because we still have a $1 trillion deficit. And money's just fungible. It's being moved from one place to another.
Yeah.
And it's just not economically feasible.
And you know what, Michael? Initially, I'll be honest, when I looked at this, what I thought it was going to be, and I even said this to Dan, I initially thought Trump was trying to get companies, major corporations, to say that for employees, that they would do this and then they would get like some kind of a big, like a tax benefit or something like a write-off. And so initially I thought, okay, if this is benefiting like hiring, if it's benefiting families, but it's private money from the private sector to try to attract, let's say, new talent or the best talent in the job place. I liked that and I could go along with that. But even though I would love Daisy to get the $1,000, which, and I personalized it on purpose. And I believe we do have a crisis with people putting off having babies. I have to agree with Michael. Where does all this money come from? And it's just another program that you go, wow, that's a lot of money. And so how do we justify that? I hate to say it because I love babies. You know what I mean? We all love babies and we love baby Daisy. But Michael, I have to agree with you. It's, I want to support it. I wish we could. I just don't know how we pay for that. That's because how many babies, you know what I mean? Just Elon Musk. And then, does Elon, he's got a lot of babies being born. I don't know. And then do they only do it for certain people in certain tax brackets? And then that's just baby discrimination. You know what I mean? I don't know. I hate to agree with you, Michael, but you're the voice of reason. It's just one more entitlement program, even though we love babies. Excuse me, we need like a Trump impersonator. Excuse me, we love the babies.
Speaking of babies, you see this new meme going around of all these, what would they look like as a baby of politicians and such?
I retweet it's adorable.
Oh, is that where I'm seeing all these? Is retweeted by Dawn?
Me. And then
sorry.
Do you guys notice like baby Trump is so like freaking adorable? But then do you notice that if it's a Democrat, they keep the face like of Joe Biden or whoever, they keep their face. So it's hysterical.
They are adorable.
But maybe they'll come up with, to Michael's point about, how do we pay for it? Maybe this kind of thing, this brainstorming, because Trump is having all these meetings with the different, industry leaders. I don't know. Maybe they could try to drum up support for some kind of a tax benefit, tax write-off for companies that support babies and families. I like that. I like private enterprise doing it, but I don't know. It's an awful lot. We could just do a GoFundMe for baby Daisy, and we'll cough up.
I'll take
$1,000.
it. Yeah, why not? Yeah, sure.
For the 529. I don't know what Dom Giordano will think. I don't know if Dom will like this because I know it's hard. It's really difficult when you picture baby Daisy, who'll be the most beautiful, brilliant baby ever. And then you picture that child, and that's what Trump, by the way, it's brilliant. That's what he's banking on here to try to say, come on, it's the baby MAGA movement. See?
Yeah, he cares about families and all, but, I know in Dom's show, a lot of times when we talk about these types of issues, and Dom can concur, a lot of calls we get is, why them, not me? Why student loans but not mortgages? Why people of the age of bearing children and I can't have a kid? Why can't I get $1,000? So I wonder if we'll hear a lot of that.
What do you think, Dom Giordano?
Yeah, I'm against it, Dawn. And even though I usually attacked, who was it? Adam Carolla, who didn't get it, the tax on tips, and said, what about cops? And buddy, we're trying to liberate one group at a time. I just think this is excessive. If you want to have a child, a lot of this is going to come back on you. We ought to be looking at childcare and ways to deal with that. But no, I wouldn't give the $1,000 straight up.
Would you allow him to just write off childcare?
Oh,
that's a big nut.
Yeah, I got to do it. Yeah, I got to do the math. That's that's the grandparents' bill. That's why you have grandparents.
That's right.
And then you'll get asked, can we write off our mortgage,
Oh, yeah, I know we'll get that. So, Dawn, we have the superintendent of schools in Deptford. They're doing the cell phone thing in a little different way. I'm halfway there with the cell phone ban in school. Something about it just is not quite there, but I think he's got a good plan.
Oh, I look forward to this. The Dom Giordano show starts right now.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Coming up this weekend, it's going to be big, the Trump birthday, the parade in Washington. Anybody know why, though, I especially celebrate June 15th? Dan, any guess? Even though we'll be down the shore, I will be having several drinks, maybe a cake. Bro knows this. For June 15th.
Juneteenth, a couple days early?
No.
Oh,
no,
okay.
that's an okay idea, I guess. No, and June 14th, Trump's birthday, the celebration with the Army in Washington.
It's about a week before Dom Giordano Day, so it's not that.
Oh, that's right, counting down to that. Because it is the guiding star. It's the North. Johnny, if we can do anything at Mulligan's to celebrate this, any creative idea, it is the day in which the modern Electoral College became law. In other words, previously with the Electoral College, they were voting for wait a minute.
It's such a corny thing to celebrate.
Whoa, they were voting for president and vice president, and they were getting these weirdo events. You could vote for both in the same party, Dan. And it set off all kinds of crazy scenarios.
Woo, Electoral College Day.
I think it was Aaron Burr and Jefferson, and people voted for one of the, you know what I mean? It caused trouble. So they solidified how the Electoral College works. Now, I know it's a bit dampened this year due to Kamala Harris and due to President Trump winning the popular vote. I don't care about the popular vote. I love 2016. I know, Dom, come on. I love 2016 better because 44,000 voters separated us from President Hillary Clinton. We won the Electoral College, baby, and that's all that you need.
Since it's an Electoral College party, do you get a kegger?
You know what? If you're Dan at Wildwood, stop in. Yes.
All right.
Sunday.
Any good college party needs a keg, Dom.
Yeah, we will
especially an electoral college party.
I will be quizzing people that day. And the beauty of it, the small states, you can't just inundate us with, a town like what? L.A. These population centers that are seething. By the way, I'm watching guys, Bill Malucci and Dan, we got to get him on the show. You and I both have to tag team this. This guy is better than anybody on Fox. First of all, his hair is better. He looks better. He's the one that broke the story of these trucks pulling up, and we'll play it, in L.A., suddenly with rent-a-gangs. Nobody's there. Then suddenly a convoy of people come in, and guess what the cars all have on their aerials? What flag are they flying? Palestinian flag? El Salvador? Mexico. No American flags. And in addition to that, these convoys, they're giving out these fancy plastic shields to wear, like riot cops wear. The protesters have riot cop shields now in LA. And they showed the trucks pulling up and dispensing hundreds of them. All right. So mark that day down. June 15th is Electoral College Day.
Woo!
Yeah, Dan, I'll be calling you.
Can't wait to party on that one.
I'll be calling you about 8:30 that morning when you're having your Jimmy Dean and saying, Dan, do you know what day it is?
Don't interrupt my Jimmy Dean eating.
Now, we know that June 20th is Dom Giordano Day. It's a shame, isn't it, that only Wildwood celebrates this? I mean, there's 365 days a year. A lot of cities celebrate it.
Why do what does Weymouth have any reason to celebrate Dom Giordano for?
Well, look,
we got to start doing remotes in Weymouth.
Well, that's true. I added a new wrinkle, too, in honor of Fred Herring yesterday when we had him on, who said, would I consider being a celebrity bartender whatever day we want in the summer? Well, at Mulligan's, I'm going to have Johnny show me the inside world of being a great bartender on YouTube.
Can you get lessons?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Rose said, well, wait a minute. What do you mean? They're going to have you mix drinks? And I said, of course. Yeah, I've never mixed. Doesn't matter.
Well, I'm going to quiz you on some cocktails.
Give us one.
What's in a cranberry vodka?
Vodka and cranberry.
Woo!
Yeah,
look at you.
All right. That's one I can make, bro. Put that up on the board at home. All right. If you're on YouTube, put a big check mark.
How about this one? A hard one, Dom.
Yes.
A gin and tonic.
Let's see. You need gin. I think there's gin in it.
Yes.
Gin and tonic.
Yep.
And then there's tonic water.
Oh, there's one more ingredient, though. Got to top it with something there, Dom.
Cherry.
No, a lime. Come on. A cherry in your gin. Actually, you know what? Maybe. Actually, that might be right.
Rose
I'm going to get calls from bartenders saying I'm wrong with my lime.
All right. So can Johnny turn me into an effective bartender? I told her just the beer thing. You got to pull it, and you have to top it off at the top. There's a whole technique to it. So we will be getting into that with John. Johnny doesn't even know that, but I'm sure he's an excellent bartender, Dan. He'll no, is it Maria? Is that the woman that's the head bar person there? I think it's Maria.
I don't want to get it wrong. So
I'm pretty sure it's
I
Maria.
plead the fifth.
All right. Let's begin, though. This weekend is also the Days of Defiance. There is no King Days, okay? And Philadelphia is going to be the flagship of this Weiner Festival on Saturday. Well, guess who's leading the charge? Randy Weingarten has signed off the teachers' union. Is there any reason why the teachers' unions are hated? They really are. They're going to be among the leaders. I don't know if Randy Weingarten's coming to Philadelphia. If I find out she is, we got to get her on. But here is her cohort of the bigger union. How is it that this woman I'm going to play you, Becky Pringle,
oh, she's back?
who's a dummy,
oh, man.
is the head of the NEA?
Oh, Becky's back.
Yeah. Let's hear the styling of Becky Pringle. This is in 2024, when Biden was still in it. He was going to come here to Philadelphia for the convention.
Uh-huh.
But what happened is there were protesters, or there was a union thing. So he and Dr. Jill Biden did not come.
In all the things.
Here is the president, what she said that day in her address, Becky Pringle.
NEA, we have to win all the things, all the things, all the things.
All of them down.
It's like Dwight Schrute in Seinfeld.
On us to win all the
It has been a lifetime struggle, a never-ending fight, I say to you, and you will understand that it is a privilege to fight.
All right, but here's Becky Pringle in L.A. to support the protesters. Now, This is the woman, like Randy Weingarten, at least, is shrewd, difficult, head of the AFT, the smaller union. This woman is the head of the giant. They have over 3 million members. NEA. Here's Becky Pringle in L.A.
You see working people around you. You see concerned citizens around you, all standing up and saying enough! Enough! Enough!
Why does she look so afraid of the microphone?
Of the ice rage, enough! Of the cruelty and the hate, enough! Of the division and the disrespect.
Today, Junior.
We know what this administration is doing. So we are saying to Donald Trump and all of his allies, we will not scapegoat immigrants. That's right. We will not. The people who have built this country, we will not.
All right, Dan, but in there, she went on to say, that's the long version. This is cut 5 that I have. Here's what she said, rewriting. Remember, this woman is in charge of the educators, educating our kids. Listen to her version of We the People, of what you're guaranteed as an American citizen or something like that. Here's Becky Pringle.
We the people! We the people! We the people! All of us have that right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of justice!
Wait a minute. Does Jefferson go? Okay, let's go back, Becky. Is that Thomas Jefferson or is that some commie you're quoting? Here's Becky Pringle. Listen to the end.
Oh, you want that again?
Yeah, the 18-second, yeah.
All of us have that right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of justice!
All right, there we go. That's Becky Pringle on the fire. This is the head of the NEA. It's remarkable stuff, is it not? That the head of the NEA doesn't apparently even know the words of Jefferson. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. Now, yesterday, and we're trying to get one of them on, the big unions in downtown Philadelphia had a rally in support of the SEIU guy, which is a Marxist union. So you figure they would be there. But the guy that heads up the AFL-CIO, and I think we had him on before, he's there also touting this on. And the coverage says that the unions are solidly behind illegal immigrants. Do I think the building trades in Philadelphia are lining up with Mexican flags to support illegal immigrants? I don't think so. The SEIU, maybe the AFL-CIO now, they might be doing that, but I would be very surprised if that's the case. One other thing, Victor Fiorillo, who writes for the Philly Mag, I like his stuff. He comes on. We sometimes spar. He's got a piece today saying he has a source, a socialist with a right to carry. The guy's a socialist, but he has a concealed carry permit, telling him that Philly could look like L.A. in 2 weeks. I'm simply saying that he only can say they live within the city limits or self-described socialists with a license to carry. The activist went on to say, local organizers have been monitoring ICE raids here and elsewhere, determining the best course of action to combat ICE. They say that protesters here, in fact, ready and willing to combat ICE in the literal sense, as we're seeing in L.A. They've also been educating themselves on the laws and rules surrounding ICE activities, i.e., what can ICE do and what can't ICE do? All right, so here we have them posturing in Philadelphia. Now, you know, we're honoring on Dom Giordano Day, the first time we've honored an organization, we are honoring the ICE Philadelphia. And yesterday, after a conference with Dan, we now have 3 honorees, Linda Kearns, Fred Herron, and Pat Malloy. So Dan and I went to the plaque trophy place yesterday.
Ooh, the dentist with the trophies?
Yeah. And not only...
Oh, that kind of plaque. Okay.
That's right. Dr. Bentz was not in the Dr. Bentz plaque this year goes to. Not only did he recognize, but I had to pose for pictures there with a woman and her husband who were listeners. Yes.
Really? That's amazing.
And I
did
love
you catch
that
their
picture.
names?
I have it in the email here. I'll pull it up. Yes.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Valley Forge Christian group.
Oh, wow.
They said they were late for a graduation, but what the heck? We took pictures.
Oh, that's awesome.
Here's the takeaway for me, though. Bro liked the hair look so much, it was a little bit windblown. We're going to be using that on official pictures.
There you go.
That's going to be on the picture of the plaque. It says Dom Time, then it has my picture, then it has,
We're finally moving on from the one shot of you looking over the city with the suit on?
I think we might move into this windblown.
Wow, a new era for the Dom.
I will put
it up. Is it going to be a profile picture on Twitter?
Yeah, I will put up on Twitter, and we'll see. And it's a picture with a listener. What could be better than that? Man of the people.
I like that.
Yeah, okay. It's all in work. All right, side question today is begging to be the side question. 855-839-1210, you get in. And that is, hit us with something you associate, person, place, or thing. Think of people with the City of Angels, with Los Angeles. I'm going to take off the board. First thing I think of is plastic surgery, particularly females.
That's fair, yeah.
Corking the bat. A lot of corking the bat there.
Me and Maisie were watching an old season of Real Housewives last night. Why am I admitting this on air? And there's a character named Dorit who looks like a completely different person.
Right.
And to your point, it's because it's such a part of their culture out there in LA, the plastic surgery, that a person looks completely different 15 years down the road.
Yeah, I would agree. So I will take off plastic surgery, particularly the cork gets you corking the bat reference there. You can't.
Yeah.
Yep. How about yours, Dan?
How about a good series? Well, good at the time. I went back and watched it. It's pretty bad, actually, now. How about Entourage, Dom, that HBO series?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that bad at all. I like some of the characters.
No, go back and watch it. It's terrible. It's cringy.
It's my comfort show, Dan.
No, Henry, it's bad. It's a bad show.
I think they use the scenery well. They give you a good feel of, and Ari is an unbelievable character.
I mean, Ari's funny. He's a great character. It's just...
Well, I would hire him as my agent. Not that I don't have a great one now, but I want a guy like that who kicks in the door.
I think the best way to describe that show in one image is the image of Turtle's car. It is the television version of a bright yellow Hummer from 2003.
Right. Okay.
And it just didn't age well.
Okay. All right. So 855-839-1210. We'll get Henry's in a moment. That's today's side question. But jump in. And coming up yesterday in the House, a bill was finally passed. Do you remember when this happened? And it was due to the Wolf Secretary of State, who was so busy cooking the books, 2020 presidential election. Remember that? With ballots coming in 3 days late, mail-in ballots, that she forgot to do her job. And as a result, they could not vote on opening up for sex abuse victims a window past the statute of limitations. Well, yesterday, it passed in the House finally, but a lot of Republicans voted against it. I'll tell you what I think the reason might be, and I don't think it's good unless there's something in there procedurally they don't like, but I think they have a patron they might be protecting. Democrats voted for it for once after they screwed it up the last time. All right, here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. I'll give you some more updates. Bill Malugino deserves a bigger role at Fox. That guy is incredible. In the field, his reports, the stuff he's been showing, are just remarkable. I have a little bit of sound from him, too. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I feel like I've had a therapy session just holding these puppies.
Agreed.
Getting the word out like this really does help.
We want to continue this partnership, and we want to continue doing this. It's a great organization, and we want to help you get the word out as much as we possibly can. So we should do more events like this.
We're 1 week from Father's Day, so next week we'll have to talk about Dad's Day.
Yes. Hey, if you're a dad, it's a great day to treat yourself to a new dog and a new Mercedes lease. Get a jump on it now. Why not?
Well said.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Jack Fritz. Join me on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a musical salute to Philly sports on Saturday, July 12th. I'll be out front before the show signing my new book, Ring the Bell, which is all about our beloved Phils. Get tickets to the show at joeconklin.com and buy the book at ringthebellbook.com. That's two great Father's Day gift ideas. You got Dad and Pop-Up covered. Happy Father's Day from joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls. Jack Chitterelli, a double good move on Twitter. One, responding to our guy, Scott Presler, about what Presler was talking about as far as plastic bags. Single-use, so-called single-use. And Chitterelli saying there will be no plastic bag ban if I'm elected governor.
Oh, thank gosh.
Well, I don't want to rain on. I'm going to upsell this a bit. You know, you got to beat the legislature into the ground. I don't know, by executive order, if we get them on tomorrow, Dan, when he's a nominee, is he's saying that by executive order he can rescind the ban on plastic bags, because if he is, run on it.
Yes.
Definitely. He's finally getting it, Jack Ciattarelli. That's very Trumpian. No ban on plastic bags. Oh, they litter. No, you litter.
There's absolutely no way that these new bags that you get from the supermarkets are any less wasteful than what, they're apparently recyclable, but they take up more space. Me and Maisie were just complaining about this over the weekend because we have it's got to be 3 feet thick of just these bags stacked against one another. We're like, what the heck do we do with these things now? I guess we.
Oh, you mean they're the knockoff? Well,
no, they're not. They're almost like nylon mesh almost.
Yeah. Well, you got to get the ones that Luke bought us. We've had them now 6 years. They're unbelievable. They're really good.
Well, we have our own, but what we do is, I hate to say, but often we do the pickup for Acme, where we pull into a spot, and how they do that is they bag all their groceries in these, what they consider, I guess, recyclable bags.
Yeah,
so we get 4 or 5 bags each time we pick up our groceries, and it's just built up into a massive problem.
That's wasteful, and they're worse, and you should be going in and getting your own groceries.
Oh, no, we're not doing that, no.
God. All right, so...
Just bring them back to the plastic bags. They're better,
Jack Ciattarelli has to do more of this. If he's serious about that, if he can do it by executive order. Now, I don't know how that plays in Jersey, given Jersey, but I was thrilled to see that this morning. Here's something I wasn't thrilled about. We're trying to get a reason why here. Yesterday, the House voted, let me see if I have the exact number. There were 2 different bills, both Democrats voting unanimously for one of them, 122 to 80. What these bills would do would take away that current statute of limitations in the childhood sexual abuse file lawsuits. Now, remember what happened. Kathy Bookvar, too busy sticking her nose into trying to push Joe Biden over the finish line. Remember her, Secretary of State? She and her staff of 60 or so did not put out the notices that are supposed to go into newspapers indicating there would be a change in this, because it's constitutional, in the statute of limitations laws. And as a result, we're back now. That was in the Wolf era, and these people still haven't gotten their day in court. So Democrats voted in favor of this. Republicans did not. Dan, can you think of any reason? I only have one, and it's not a good one unless they tell us there's something procedural. Maybe we'll have to ask some of our Republican friends. The reason is the Catholic Church. That's what I think it is. Why would Democrats finally vote for something that is kind of law and order, and Republicans voted against this? Now, if they think there's something procedural in there that I'm unaware of, okay. I think it's more because the number one place this would go is the Catholic Church. And I'll ask, is that deserved now? I think it is. I don't think they've ever fully gotten their day in court. So it did pass. It goes on to the Senate, which is dominated by Republicans. Are Republicans going to vote against this? And if so, what don't they like in the language? Maybe there's something in the language that I'm unaware of. Or is it they're afraid it's going to open up the whole Catholic Church thing again? I think it's a big deal. It's undercover because of the primary and everything else going on and what's going on in L.A., but I saw it this morning. 855-839-1210, you get a line. Something associated with L.A. Let me go to John in Northeast Philly. John's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, John, good afternoon.
Dom, how you doing?
Good.
Dom, I don't know if you remember or not. It was probably about 10 or 12 years ago. He was still the director of public safety in Bed-Salem,
yes.
Fred Horan.
Yeah.
He had come on your show and you gave a little preamble about what he was going to talk about.
Right.
And he had this novel idea about police
DNA.
stopping.
Yeah.
Yeah, a DNA, a voluntary DNA. Him being the Bill of Rights enthusiast that he is, wanted people to voluntarily give up their DNA. So I was listening, and I was like, why would anybody do that? So I called your producer. I said, ask Fred if he would do it. So he said, do you want to do it? And I said, yeah. So I got on, and I said, Fred, would you give up your DNA voluntarily, or better yet, would you advise your son or your daughter to do it?
Okay.
And he said no. Now, you speak of him very highly, and this was just my first impression of Fred, so first impressions are everlasting. But what I don't understand is you're a pretty staunch conservative dude. How did you guys go from that to, him being a good friend of yours and, an honoree at your thing?
Well, we differ on that. I don't know if he still holds that. We might ask him about that. But, John, on what he's doing in Bucks County, enforcing the law, and what he's doing to take criminals off the street, which is very bold, I'm very supportive. So we do differ over that, if he still holds that. Yeah, and we kid about it. When I've had him on, we've talked about, I remember the intensity of that. It was pretty wild. So, yeah, sometimes there are differences, but there's more of the upside. Who's your, yeah, go ahead, John.
Yeah. No. I just was going to say, I've spoken to people who've worked for him, guys I know that left the Philadelphia Police Department and worked for him. They say very good things about him. That one idea, I guess it was up there with like the pet rock. That was ridiculous, that idea. You know what I mean?
He's open to talking about it. Next time he's on, I'll ask him about it again as he changed his mind. I hear you. I hear nothing but good
I
things.
was just curious.
Yeah,
I was just curious. You speak about him very highly.
I'm glad you asked. John, what's your L.A. association?
The only thing I can think of when I think of L.A. is O.J. and the Bronco.
That's a good one.
That's all I think of. Thanks a lot, man. Have a great day.
Thank you, John. Look, we took the call. We answered the question. No, we still differ. I don't know if Fred still shares that, and I have to go back the exact of it, but I love what he's doing. I love a lot of stuff here. He is one of the honorees, Pat Malloy and Linda Kearns. Think about it now. If you missed yesterday's show, we will have the two of the principles that helped President Trump, mightily helped President Trump to win Pennsylvania. The Secretary of Offense, that is Scott Presler, out there registering people, gathering voters, the press on that, and Linda Kearns, stopping Democrat shenanigans and making people believe in mail-in balloting. So I don't know what to make of what's happened so far in Jersey. In that, Presler yesterday and on Twitter today, he made the point again. Why did people in Jersey, you can vote early? Why are Republicans waiting for today to vote? Haven't they got the message? Anything at the last, how many times do we have to go through this? Are they going to do that on Election Day in November? Are we still going to have this problem with people not voting early? It just doesn't, it doesn't register with me why you would go down that path. I thought we crossed that bridge, and that's the point Scott Presler's making. All right, more of your calls coming up. We'll get Henry's L.A. Association. 855-839-1210. Love to hear your theory. Yesterday in the House, they voted to open up the sex abuse statute in Pennsylvania, and yet Republicans voted against it. Will they do it in the Senate? And if they do it in the Senate, what will that mean? What's the reason why? I haven't heard from Republicans the reason why. Some Republicans voted for it. Is it the Catholic Church again? Is that what they're afraid of? We're going to open that up and there's going to be more and more around that? That's the biggest thing that I can think of. All right, 855-839-1210.
The Crash-Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into crash-proof retirement for better growth and protection. With the crash-proof retirement system, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have crash-proof retirement. in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Springfield Country Club in Delaware County, Tuesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
It's primary day in New Jersey. Voters will decide the Democrat and Republican nominees for governor. Atlantic City police say they've recovered the missing guitar from the band Heart that was stolen at the Hard Rock Hotel. And Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie is donating $50 million to launch an autism research institute at Penn and Shop.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, YouTube alert, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Going to show you footage of the looting that started. Now, how's the looting related to any of this with people here illegally? One night it was Adidas. People still say Adidas. I've heard that said that way.
I mean, we can if we want.
Yeah, I think that's the
we can start a new
Germanic
trend.
Yeah. No, somebody told me that. All right, and I watched during that break up on YouTube this distraught woman coming back to the business, throwing herself down on the ground that she worked for years and years. She starts talking about. I don't know how she voted, but if you voted for Democrats, so well. These people needed to release all this energy. It's because of Trump, ICE, and Hegseth. Here's a little footage of the LAPD coming upon the scene. And look, it illustrates they're doing a good job. They're trying to apprehend looters. But when you have a mob of people all running through a door at once, unless you're willing really to hit them with a nightstick, I don't know if you can call it a baton, Dom, it's very difficult. Dan, I don't know if you haven't seen this yet as you're watching at youtube.com/1210 WPHT.
Yeah, it's playing right now there.
Yeah, their tackling technique in some of these is not
overwhelming.
It's not, yeah.
And once you get them down on the ground, it's hard to cuff them. Cuffing somebody's not the easiest thing in the world, even with 2 cops, etc. If you resist, and there's a bunch of people around that might knock into the cops, But I think they do get a few people there. Then you start to think, is it worth it? In Philadelphia, think about it as a cop. Are you going to tackle somebody and possibly go through something? Because Krasner's going to let him out on this. Meatball's an example. Are you tackling Meatball, or are you saying, no, what the hell? I'm not doing that.
Can you tackle Meatball is the question.
It's not like on TV. You tackle, you get him down, you still got to cuff him, and if it's one person. This is another thing where most female cops in this situation, they're not going to be able to tackle guys like this and cuff them. A lot of males can't. I mean, it's not an easy thing. I know they teach them techniques and all, but under the gun, you got this mob coming at you.
There's one really intuitive guy, youtube.com/@12 and WPHT, that everyone's escaping through one door. There's these giant glass doors that are just covered by blinds.
Yeah.
And I guess they're open, and only one guy decides to sneak out that way.
Yeah.
Everyone else goes through this one small door, and then you have officers run up, trip and fall, slip on something wet. Yeah, it's just it's a sight to behold, Dom.
That's why you had that in Port Richmond when you were over in Port Richmond, and I remember the one guy, a security guy, who just stood guard on an entire shopping carter there.
Oh, that was,
Yeah, that guy should have, and we...
What was his name, Fishtown Batman or something like that?
Yeah, we didn't ever get to know who he was. That guy should have been honored in that situation. I mean, protecting all of that. That's what it was about. All right, let's go to Martin in Abington. I think Martin's got a problem, though. Martin, what's your problem?
Hi, I actually have 2 problems, if you'll hear me out. The first one is you don't send the Marines in because the Marines are untrained in policing. And if the shots start ringing out and innocents are killed, you don't have enough money in the Treasury to pay off those lawsuits.
First of all, the Marines are not going to be there in the capacity that you're talking about by and large. They're going to do 2 things. They're going to do backup to them, and in an emergency, would you rather have the Marines there or nobody?
Well, I look at Vietnam when there were millions of people in the streets. The Marines were never called in because they're not trained. They have 0 training.
I don't think that's true. Marines will call in and tell you that's ridiculous. No, and it's the threat of the Marines. It's sending a message. You know what? We're going to put this down. You're not going to do what you want.
Okay, that's the one problem. You may not think it's a problem, but I think a lot of people do. And it's like I say, if there are deaths, if it's Kent State, a la Kent State, you don't have money in the Treasury to pay it off.
Well, that was not the Marines. That was the ill-trained National Guard with a governor who was not sufficient there. But go ahead.
Okay, the second thing is, in Nebraska, we're seeing with this plan, no contingency plan. In Nebraska, the same thing is going to happen in California. Yes, let's say we sweep all the illegals, and a good amount of the green card people leave too, because let's face it, they're scared they're just going to get rounded up, and they are getting rounded up, and go through all this. And what we're doing is Nebraskan farms are wholesale closing. The farms they're going bankrupt. All the farms are closing. Look it up. And if the same thing happens to California, 90% of those farms go under, and
Martin,
90%
you know what?
of the
This is tiresome. It's the old argument: a day without an immigrant, the country's going to collapse. We'll see. All right.
Well, Nebraska, it's already happened.
All right. What is your
look at the South?
Okay. What is your LA association?
Beverly Hills, Hollywood. Excuse me, Hollywood.
All right, Hollywood.
That
That's
works,
a good one. All right. Here we go again. A day without immigrants. Oh, you're going to see the world's going to end here. We're nowhere near that. Although what I think the difference is that ICE is not just confining themselves to people here illegally with criminal records, etc. They're going to workplaces now. That's a bit of a difference here. That's going to ratchet things up. By the way, I mentioned Victor Fiorillo over at Philly Mag saying his source, a socialist with a concealed carry permit, says the same thing could happen here in Philadelphia. They're tired of what ICE is doing. He also says, watch some of these right-wing yahoos go off because the cause of that big fire over at the SEPTA graveyard for SEPTA vehicles was an EV vehicle, lithium battery. You're seeing that play out. Whammo. These driverless cars in downtown LA are now restricted. They're not going to go there because they get them, they set them on fire, and those things burn unbelievably. So, yeah, the EV is a very, very dangerous thing. Yes.
Trump is speaking at the White House. I do have some audio.
Sure.
Yeah. So you have Trump on the riding in Los Angeles directly, talking about insurrections and such, or specifically on Gavin Newsom. Dom, where do you want to start?
I see him talking about if they riot, they'll be met with equal or greater force, something like that. Yeah.
Here you go, Dom.
Yeah.
Insurrection, I would certainly invoke it. We'll see, but I can tell you, last night was terrible. The night before that was terrible. We have, as you've seen, it was on most of your networks. People with big, heavy hammers pounding the concrete and pounding curbs, pounding it, breaking up, and handing these big chunks of concrete to people. And they were taking that concrete, going up on bridges and dropping it into the roof of a car. They were throwing it at our police. They were throwing it at our soldiers that are there. And we got it stopped, and we have them in custody right now. Look, if we didn't get involved, right now, Los Angeles would be burning, just like it was burning a number of months ago with all the houses that were lost. Los Angeles right now would be on fire, and we have it in great shape. We're not playing around.
How will you determine whether or not there is an insurrection?
Well, you'll take a look at what's happening.
How would you determine it's an insurrection?
Areas of Los Angeles last night, you could have called it an insurrection. It was terrible. But these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They get money. And when you take a look at what they do, where they show up and everyone's saying, what's he doing? He's pounding the curbs. This one guy's pounding the curb, breaking the curb, and handing big pieces of granite. In some cases, it's granite and concrete to other people. And they're running out with it. And then we watch the other people, and they try and throw it into the face of the soldiers, throw it into the face of...
All right, we got the president on that. One point on this insurrection stuff coming up. Remember, 5 years ago, saw this morning, Tom Cotton penned an editorial about using the military. That might be necessary. Where did he write it? The senator from Arkansas, New York Times. They did, to their credit, put it on the op-ed page. What happened? Their journalists all threatened to quit unless they fired the editors of the editorial page. And guess what? They did. I'll give you a little bit of that with Tom Cotton. He was dead on, and he still is. And what Trump is talking about there is exactly what's happening. And what you're seeing is it's not just the illegal immigration. It's the Palestinian nuts. It's a bunch of other radical groups all coming together with one purpose. They want to tear down America. That's what's going on. Is that an insurrection legally? I'll tell you why it is. Coming up here with Dom on Talk Radio 1210. First, though, let's talk Dr. Bentz. Because when it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than a quick fix. You deserve the expert care you get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Recently, I had a chance to talk with Joyce, a listener, new patient of Dr. Bentz. She said another dentist said, hey, Joyce, come on, you're going to need dentures. Joyce replied she may be, she's not old, she may be vintage, and she wasn't going to go with dentures. She heard me talking about Dr. Bentz, and voila, she's a patient, dental implants, and we're on the road right now. She's very happy with the great care that she's getting. Dr. Bentz has the latest technology, second to none. He has the expertise, truly second to none. You will get the most accurate and best diagnosis and care. Call Dr. Robert Bentz, meet with him and his team, get on the road to great dental health and the smile you've always wanted. 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. 610-272-6949.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no no substitutes.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else. The perfect Father's Day gift.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app.
They were met with very strong force, the bad people, the bad, sick people that do what they do. But these are paid people in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases, and they really are, they're agitators.
All right, not L.A., but San Francisco's finest, California all the way. This is Cut 23. Here's an explanation on all that from Nancy Pelosi. She says it's the exuberance of the moment or some kind of anarchist. I'm not sure this word here that she's using, trying to get to, setting it up. Here's what Nancy Pelosi said.
When there is a gathering, a large gathering of people, the anarchists see it as an opportunity and they move in. So always have to be careful whether you see a burned car, a broken window, or whatever it is. It may be the exuberance of the moment, but it may be the anarchist setting in. I heard one of the former police chiefs of Los Angeles speak about this on Sunday. Secondly, and you know this to be true, and I haven't seen it really reflected so much in the press, in a bipartisan way, on January 6th, with violence against the Constitution, against the Congress, and against the United States Capitol, we begged the President of the United States to send in the National Guard.
All right, stop right there. We're going to go back and relitigate this and her role in it and the denials that go back and forth, so much so that the best reason I can tell you with the National Guard delay
is not the truth.
If you remember, is the African-American colonel or major that headed it up. And he has said in testimony, they weren't sent in because Democrats were afraid the National Guard might take Trump's side. And he said, African-American men in Washington, we're going to take Trump's side in this and overthrow the government? Are you serious? So they're going to pivot back to January 6th constantly on this. That's why the insurrection thing has to be carefully tailored. And the guy that went through this, I mentioned, Senator Tom Cotton, wrote this piece in the New York Times editorial page 5 years ago about, at times, it may be necessary, and this was coming off George Floyd and the like. It was entitled, Send in the Troops. And in this, he said, these rioters, if not subdued, not only will destroy the livelihood of law-abiding citizens, but take more innocent lives. Many poor communities still bear scars from past upheavals. One thing above all else, restore order to our streets, an overwhelming show of force to disperse, detain, and ultimately deter lawbreakers. Local law enforcement in some cities desperately needs backup, while delusional politicians, and he went on to say, some governors have mobilized the National Guard, yet others refuse. Sometimes the rioters still outnumber the police and guard combined. So what's left? Martial law and the military. Now, that's a bold step. New York Times printed that. Rhodes Scholar, Senator Tom Cotton, on the editorial page, and some of their bigger editors got fired because they had a revolt. Not because the editors said they agreed with it, but it was a thoughtful point of view, pointing out, I think this was at the height of George Floyd, at times that may be something you need to do. So I don't think the Marines are in the front lines, but you're trying to show overwhelming force. It becomes a question of will. There's a scene in Gangs of New York, back then with the Telegraph, where they telegraphed to them, put the revolt down. Put it down. Do not take any prisoners until you put it down. And they show you what the methodology was. It's a willful thing to say. There you go. Yeah. Do you like Gangs of New York, Dan?
Never seen it.
Henry, you've seen it, I bet.
Yeah. I haven't, no.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no.
DiCaprio and Daniel
I've heard wonderful
Day-Lewis.
things about it, yeah.
Yeah. But that's a major scene in that they're setting fires, they're lynching people, and there are thousands of them, and they think, what are you going to do to us? And suddenly they're met at a street with hundreds and hundreds of Union troops just firing and reloading. And the argument is, we're going to put this down. You're not going to revolt in this manner. You're not going to outnumber us. Now, I don't think L.A. is at that point yet, but it's a possibility that it could get at the point with all the people that were there, some of the stuff that you're seeing, and some of the, yeah, there you go. I'm surprised you hadn't seen that.
No.
I don't know that it's a great, it's got
It's
some,
on my list for like 20 years.
Yeah, same. Like, it's those long movies where it's like, I'll get around to it at some point.
It's been on repeatedly, though, and it's got some great acting, and I don't know about DiCaprio's role. It's not that, but Daniel Day-Lewis, though, and the guy that plays the big Irish sheriff who battles with him. Oh, my God.
I do have Maxine Waters' review on the film, though.
Okay, here's Maxine.
Did not create any violence. Nobody was shot. Nobody was killed.
Of course. How about Becky Pringle? Does she weigh in?
No.
Becky's not there. She's in L.A., the head of the NEA.
I don't have one.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
No.
All right, do we have Bill Devlin, or we're working on that?
He just said, okay, thank you.
All right, Pastor
Does that
Bill
mean yes,
Devlin
Bill?
coming up. He's got
Guess we'll know
some
in a minute.
insight. Why would Republicans vote
Hop on
against
at one, Bill. Okay, thank you. Okay.
this
He's doing it.
sex abuse thing that would open it up? They've never got their day in court. Look, back then, if you said a priest was doing this to you, or anybody, particularly priest, you weren't going to be believed. And then when you were believed, it was too late, statute of limitations and everything else. Is that why Republicans voted against it? Now, if it's something constitutional, something they don't like procedurally, I'd love to hear it. But are they feeling we don't want to put the church through this again? Would it be a witch hunt? All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line right now with Dom.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was.
I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hey, daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
A few years ago, CTV was a buzzword. Now it's your most important channel, while your current DSP is still playing catch-up. Viant's been leading CTV from the start, delivering real results across the world's most premium streaming content, viewed by real consumers, backed by real reporting. With AI-driven optimization, people-based targeting, and inventory from the biggest names in entertainment, Viant doesn't just reach audiences, it moves them. Viant, where premium streaming meets performance. Visit ViantInc.com/CTV to unlock real results today.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Wondering what the heck happened in the House yesterday where Democrats voted to finally open up, remove essentially the statute of limitations on sexual abuse. All these victims who really couldn't go anywhere back then. It was either covered up or it was preposterous to people. I remember when it first started, it was hard to believe. And I remember a story in the Kansas City newspaper. They did a national story of the number of priests, bishops, monsignors, and others that had this unbelievable rate of AIDS and related disease. And it seemed to be, it dovetailed with a lot of stuff, one of which was this scandal that started. And then we went through several iterations. I did the Cardinal show then, and I think that Cardinal Regali did a good job, as far as I could tell, in really getting to some of the more obvious cases and dealing with them effectively. Then I think Chaput was very good. But now we're back again to saying take away the statute of limitations on these crimes, which is difficult. We have statute of limitations because things are fuzzy, hard to remember all those years back. To assure a person gets their day in court correctly. But these people have never gotten their day in court. Joining us is Pastor Bill Devlin. Pastor Bill on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, welcome in. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, God bless you, Dom and Dan, and all you do. And thanks for bringing this up. And let me primarily say I am a lover of the Catholics. I've been involved with Catholics here in Philadelphia since 1982 through the pro-life movement, and just have been their friend, have been a leader there in the, with the pro-lifers in that are predominantly Catholic. And this bill, unfortunately, is not going to pass. It passed in the House. It's going to go to the state Senate, now controlled by the Republicans. And, Dom, let's have, as you just said, let's have the victims have their day in court. This has been going on for too many years. You remember back in the day, 25 years ago, when Philadelphia DA Lynn Abraham indicted, I think it was 52 dead and living Catholic priests. And there was a big uproar from the Catholic Archdiocese. And, it's sad to me that the Pennsylvania Catholic Conference, and here I am, I've worked with PCC, I've worked with every bishop here in Philadelphia since Cardinal Bevilacqua, and he was even indicted, so to speak, by his covering of transferring priests that were guilty of child sex abuse. So there's no question that this bill should pass. But you know what? And Dom, I know that over the years, you and me have had a great beef, whether it's with the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops or the Pennsylvania Catholic Conference of Bishops, because they don't stand up for Catholic values and for Christian values. And why don't they do it? Because they're afraid that this bill is going to pass. So, case in point, last Saturday we had the Philadelphia March for Life, right?
Right.
We had the Mass at the Cathedral Basilica of Saints Peter and Paul. Guess how many priests showed up at the Philadelphia March for Life, which we have every year in June? One priest showed up. Now, they had priests saying the Mass, but only one priest actually, and he was the MC, priest from St. Lawrence out in Upper Darby. So why don't they come out of the foxhole, Dom, is because they're afraid. And you know what? How many archdioceses throughout the United States have already claimed bankruptcy? I think the number is at 9 or 10. So, unfortunately, this bill's going to die in the state Senate because the Republicans are going to kill it, and the victims of priest-sex abuse will not have their day in court. They will not be able to, go through the trauma. And again, Dom, I'm a lover of the Catholic Church. I pray that there's revival in the Catholic Church, that they can move on. Look at what's happened in Ireland. They had to close almost all of their Catholic seminaries because of the uncovering of this abuse. So let's have the victims have their day in court.
It did pass the last time, as I remember it, though. It passed the House. I got to go back and look it up, Bill, the Senate.
Yeah.
And then we had the guy on who was abused himself, a Republican, or was he a Democrat? And he talked about when Wolf called him to say, hey, we screwed up. Bookvar, who was too busy electing Joe Biden, didn't do her job, didn't put it in all the newspapers of the 67 counties. As a result, it was dead. But I thought it was passing at that point. But this time, 80 Republicans. So I don't think it's a small procedural thing. Bill, let me make the case, even though I don't agree with it, but I'll make the case in their minds.
Yeah.
They think, but the Catholic Church in Philadelphia has already paid out, suffered the embarrassment of, gotten rid of these priests. Why would we go back with fuzzy memories? And let's face it, the victims are traumatized. So who knows what they might say? Who knows how impeachable, that might be what they say, Bill, because they're traumatized. How about that argument?
Right. Well, I would recounter that to say, let the bill pass for these victims. And I'm of the opinion, who cares whether it was 10, 20, 30 years ago? And let the Catholic Church, whether it's the Archdiocese of Philadelphia or other dioceses in Pennsylvania, let's, so to speak, bury this, and let's go ahead and move forward, give the victims their day, and then be done with it, Dom. I mean, this has been hanging over the Catholic Church in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia ever since you've been on talk radio. And this is why the Conference of Catholic Bishops are hiding in their rectories. They're hiding behind the pulpit. I'm going here on the edge a little bit, and they will not stand for the Catholic and Christian values of human life, marriage, et cetera, et cetera. And we go back down 4 years ago, and our current Archbishop, he forbade any Catholic priest in the Archdiocese for writing a religious exemption for a parishioner in a Catholic church. Why did he do that? He didn't want to stick his head out of the foxhole and, have this whole thing rebirth. So I really believe nationwide and even worldwide, and of course I work with the Catholic Church in Africa, Central Asia, and the Middle East. I'm with them all the time in the Eastern Orthodox. Let's just be done with this, pass the law, and let's go after the priests who were abusers. And if they need to go to jail, they go to jail. And then let's give the victims their day in court. So that would be my retort to what you just said. And let's be done with it. Let's move forward, and let's pray for revival in the Roman Catholic Church.
All right, Bill. Thank you, Pastor Bill. Thanks very much.
All right. God bless. Thank you.
All right, Pastor Bill Devlin here on Talk Radio 1210. Will it pass in the Senate? Well, it's 80 votes of Republicans in the House opposed to this. I was kind of surprised. I thought this was going to be everybody's on board. You hear the argument. Come on, they've already paid. They've already identified. They've already done that. This will just be used by people to go after them unnecessarily at this point. But these people have not had their day in court. Even if they were paid, maybe. I mean, victims want to be able to talk about what this meant. Now, on the other side, Josh Shapiro, of course, is a hater. He used this when he ran for attorney general, I think, excessively. Every 5 minutes, that's all he talked about. So I'm on board with looking at this again and seeing what else is there. But Josh Shapiro is not credible on this. Will the Senate do the same thing? It's Republican controlled. If they do, it might not pass. Democrats voted unanimously for it. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210. Take some of your calls coming up. Scott Pele, we played him at the Wake Forest commencement. And it wasn't just his attack on Trump and his vision of dystopian America. It was the grandiose pomposity of the way the man was speaking. Have you ever seen Bob Costas? Bob Costas reeks of this. I don't know how this guy was the giant in the world of sports. We're going to play you a little bit of Costas condemning mainstream media, saying, well, George Stephanopoulos just misspoke when he said that Trump was convicted of rape. Oh, on multiple occasions he misspoke? And ABC should have never paid out $15 million in the defamation libel, whatever you want to call it. They certainly should have. Costas still sticks by that today, that Trump is a rapist. Big difference between that and the actual findings of what went on there. And he goes after CBS because they may settle for the doctoring of the tape with Kamala Harris. But you'll hear a little bit of what he calls the MAGA media. I think the worst of Costas may have been when he was on either Monday or Sunday Night Football. Hard for me to remember which one. At a halftime going off because one of the Kansas City Chiefs came in with a gun and I believe shot himself ultimately at the Chiefs headquarters. And he went off not on was this guy mentally unbalanced because of all the concussions and everything else. He went off on guns at halftime of the national football broadcast. And I just have never gotten it with this guy, why he was seen as this giant in this world. I mean, he's pompous for the world of sports. And he might be more intelligent than some of the stuff you get, but my God, we'll play a little bit of that. Let me go to Phil in Delaware. Phil hanging in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, welcome in.
Hey, good afternoon again. Couple things. One is the Apple Green charging stations on the turnpike and them getting rid of Tesla's charging stations. Well, I talked to somebody that was there. They seemed to know. Apple Green stands to make a whole lot more money, and they use the Tesla thing as an excuse to dump their charging stations.
Yeah, well, Tesla now is going to have them paralleling the turnpike and all, but, that makes it harder on people. At Farley, every time we broadcast here, you see this whole array, very convenient, of Tesla EV chargers. So, Phil, they are suspect, to put it mildly. They're getting even with Elon Musk. That's what it appears to be.
Yep, you couldn't have said it any better. As far as my connection with L.A. and down south, the Spruce Goose by Howard Hughes.
Yes, of course. Howard Hughes, a big figure in the L.A. area, without a doubt. A third Chinese national has been charged, from Wuhan, of all places, has been charged in the biological smuggling. I'm telling you, this stuff is so serious, at least economically, if not physically, for Americans. I'd have to consider the death penalty here. I know they didn't release it, or at least we don't think they did. That doesn't matter too much. I mean, this idea, again, from China. So this Chinese national is from Wuhan, arrested in Detroit. The third, if you remember that story from last week, I guess it was, of these pathogens that would have deep consequence agriculturally. And I'm not sure exactly what it would do to human beings on top of that. Apparently, they said they were going to be using this in lab work at the University of Michigan. There's just too much of this stuff running around, too cavalier with it. And what strikes me is, oh, yeah, this guy's from Wuhan. How much more do we want to play around with this stuff? All right, side question today. Something or person, place, or thing associated with Los Angeles, since it's in the news a lot. You heard me at the beginning of the show. Do you not celebrate June 15th? Electoral College Day. It's genius. I wish I were there to just scream out genius when they came up with it. By the way, it reduces voter fraud. If we just went by, I know it's easy to say, well, Trump won the popular vote this time. Hey, I don't think we're going to see as bad of a Democrat candidate, might be wrong about that, as Kamala Harris, and somebody with the secret sauce that Trump has. So I would not put a lot of money on winning the popular vote any year. But it doesn't matter. The country's not constructed on that. It gives voice to every sector of the country, and it's pretty hard. It's harder. If it were just the popular vote, Democrats, progressives, or whoever wanted to, could try to run up the vote and cheat in places like Philadelphia, known for it. When you have to win all these swing states, that's a lot harder. That makes it more difficult to do that. That's what the point is. And that's why the Electoral College is so beautiful. And just because Trump won the popular vote this time, I don't care about the popular vote. I care about the electoral votes. 855-839-1210. Coming up, I have the lineup of the speakers. Philadelphia on Sunday, or is it Saturday? It's Saturday, June 14th. This Saturday, Philadelphia will be the flagship of the resistance, the big national day. We're not ruled by King's Day. I'll give you the lead speaker and some of the other notables who will be here. How many of them are the Communist Chinese Party? I'm trying to count that now. All right, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Serendipity Dizzle says, thanks a lot, Nick Kale. You think Democrat Mikey Sherrill will be our next governor. If you think I'm just going to predict Republicans win every single thing because it makes you feel good, I thought the left were the snowflakes and the softies. Come on, Serendipity Dizzle. Didn't I say that the red wave wasn't going to happen when I first walked in here in October 2022? Was I right? Was my prediction enough to keep Republicans at home? Bring the same energy you do for 47 to every other election where an R is on the board, and you'll win.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-414-3221, 800-414-3221, 800-414-3221.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Okay, Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. Primary day. I think on the Democrat side, it certainly will go past 9 or 10 o'clock tonight, I'm thinking. But I think in the end, it will be Mikey Sherrill, and it will be Jack Ciattarelli. Will he win by 20, 25 points? We'll see. I'd like to see a 20-point win at least against the other guy, who will be nameless. Here is, though, the Bob Costas, who was seen as the dean and all this stuff of sports talk, sports coverage. He might have been decent in a baseball sense over various times, but mainly he's had shows in which they're opinion shows based on some issue of sports. And the biggest tell it had to be, I guess it's 10 years ago. I'd have to look it up. When this guy killed himself, and he may have shot people at his home, and I think he ended up at the Chiefs training center And Costas goes on Sunday Night Football, I think it was on a Sunday, and goes off in the middle of the halftime on guns. Here's Costas at this Syracuse, the Newhouse. They're the biggies in the world of turning out the ESPN people, et cetera, et cetera. Here's what he says, particularly about MAGA media. Why would ABC capitulate to Trump and pay $15 million? I mean, all that Stephanopoulos did was call Trump a racist. Here's Costas. Clapping for the First Amendment? Okay. All right, let's stop right there, Henry. Classic here. You know what? I'm a journalist. There are two sides. I'm from the Newhouse School, Syracuse, where they teach that. And this is the prelim to saying, but you know what? There are not two sides when it comes to Trump. Did Costas ever say that about anything else consistently that I know of? No, I don't think he would. He would say, well, that's fairness. You got to get both sides. Can't be doing that with Trump. He's an other. He's an outlier. That's ridiculous to be a journalist and say, all right, these people are saying this about Trump. Here's the evidence. Here's the Trump side of it. No, we're tired of that. Been there, done that. This is an extraordinary case. And only I know the oracle of journalism. Let's face it. Everybody has biases. A lot of it, said this for years in the media, is what is not talked about, what's left out, what they don't cover. And many times I've found liberals, progressives, they don't. Some of them do not think they're doing this. You got to understand. I'm not being totally critical. They're in a bubble, and they just think that's the way the world is. What are you talking about? I had to get into talk radio until I learned about jury nullification, Irv Homer, stuff like that. 1,000 things I have found out by doing this over the years. Here's more Costas. Tut tut, Newhouse. All right, let's stop there. Decency. Always with the decency with Bob Costas.
Decency.
Thank you, Madeline Dean. Did he give credit for the speech? Has he done that over the years consistently? Could you be in the world of sports and not pull punches with various criminal athletes and things of that nature? All right, so here's a little bit more Costas. All right. Thanks, Henry, for dealing that out. Then he went on in the part that I have here from the speech. George Stephanopoulos, they should have just said, hey, look, George misspoke. That's it, ABC News. We don't care that Trump is suing. We're not settling anything. With CBS, with the doctoring of the tape with Kamala Harris trying to throw the election, they ought to say the same thing. We're not giving you any money. Go pound sand. All right? This is the – by the way, you know what? I should ask this. What's the newest thing that we're seeing? Every one of these riots, I'm looking at it right now. The newest thing are these clowns showing up, probably organized, with hammers, giant hammers, hammering sidewalks and all, and throwing this. And it takes me back to the Intifada in Israel. And they say, well, you know, why would the Israelis be shooting these? They're just throwing bricks at you or rocks, kids throwing rocks at you. You get hit in the head, you get hit in the face with a rock off an overpass. I'm looking at these idiots just tearing up the streets, suddenly showing up with these really forceful hammers. And some of them are carting them off. They have little carts to take them off, et cetera. And now, a whole bunch of, and Bill Maloogian is the best thing on Fox right now to me. That guy is incredible, the coverage and what he's showing you in LA. That's the thing I see out of this. That's the new thing, different. The idea of showing up with hammers and tearing stuff up and then throwing it at police by the hundreds. Well, the police have guns. What are they supposed to do? All right, 855-839-1210. Give me your reaction to Costas. This is typical as far as, well, we're not going to be journalists anymore because Trump is such a threat. He's like the earth is flat. Do not give the other side to anything that he says in this. That would not be journalism. Seems to be what Costas is saying, among other things. All right, coming up, we are going to talk with him. We're really happy to do this. The superintendent of schools over in Deptford, where they are now on board, big piece in the Inquirer, with taking away the cell phones at various times in the school year. And I am on board somewhat with this, but I want to find out what they're basing it on. I know there's a rush to do this. Is it really that big of a problem? What outcomes will you get? We'll talk with the superintendent. I'm thrilled to bring him to you. I'm glad he's joining us. Speaking of joining, I hope that you join us as we head to the place where the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, and others, they all came through this. Why? It's beautiful. It's great. The sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Sicily and Calabria this fall. And when you're going to Europe, you know, the only group I would go with, and Dawn says the same thing, Conservative Tours, our tour operator. $55.44, including airfare, the dining events alone, you will remember, and the camaraderie of a group of talk radio listeners coming together. Yeah, and watching the events from there, God knows in October what will be going on. Bustling Palermo will hit the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. You can go to conservativetours.com or call 888-733-9494. Get the information act. We're getting near the end of the people that we can accommodate. You'll also enjoy the Godfather tour, all three films. We go to the locales. The crown jewel of Sicily, we're told, is Taormina. Of course, we're going to hit that. Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. Savoca's on the list. Ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. Call 888-733-9494.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
It's primary day in New Jersey. Voters will decide the Democrat and Republican nominees for governor. Atlantic City police say they've recovered the missing guitar from the band Heart that was stolen at the Hard Rock Hotel. And Eagles owner Jeffrey Lurie is donating $50 million to launch an autism research institute at Penn and Shop.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Conditions will continue to dry out as we head through the afternoon. There will be some sunshine, still the chance for a spotty shower or storm, high up around 83. For tonight, a little more comfortable, partly cloudy, low 66. And for Wednesday, partly sunny and less humid, still warm with a high 86.
Porsche Delaware is excited to announce its newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, now offering care for classic Porsche in addition to general maintenance. Schedule an appointment online today at PorscheDelaware.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano, big issues, big guest, the cell phone in schools thing. And fortunately, when I was teaching full-time, we didn't have to deal with that. I can imagine major issues. Joining us is the head of a school district, Deptford, the Deptford superintendent, who's embarking. Yeah, hometown advantage there, Dan. See him behind the scenes already telling, we got this kid coming up that's going to be
Wife's
tremendous.
pregnant, going to be in your school.
Yeah,
soon.
What is your gifted and talented program? I want that kid in there with little Einsteins. He plays Suzuki violin already. Kevin Canals joins us here, the deputy superintendent on Talk Radio 1210. Welcome, superintendent, to the show. Appreciate having you.
Hey, guys. Thank you for having me.
Well, let's talk about your non-day job for a moment, though. I wanted to know, you're apparently certified basketball, baseball, I'm told by our fact checkers as a ref. I only did relatively high-level basketball
are
as
you
a
going
ref.
to gloat through this?
And
now,
I would
Dom?
tell you, come on now, superintendent, that basketball is harder than baseball.
Yeah, I don't do it anymore. I used to do it back a few years ago, but basketball is challenging because everybody knows the rules. But it was also more fast-paced, and it was easier to forget a call up and down as you're running up and down the court. So.
Well, wait a minute. Before I test your credibility now on the great cell phone thing, when you were reffing, and I'll tell you mine going into this so you can get a sense, are you more of a guy, is it a charge or whatever they're calling it now, or is it a block? I am the anti-charge guy. You're not getting a charge easily if I'm reffing.
Nah, I call it fair. I would call it fair. I mean, if their feet were established, I would call the charge. I wouldn't be afraid to call it. So
okay, all right. So, superintendent, now I'm a former teacher, if you didn't know, and then at community college, and then into this. It's a long story. So I realize the demands on teachers today. What happened in Deptford now? Is it surrounding school districts? You saw a little bit of what to do, what not to do. What are you guys doing around cell phones? Is it anything different than we've seen?
I think it's slightly different. As I told the community last week at our family forum, we're going to do it the Spartan way. And that's where I gather feedback from the community, and I try to get a sense of what the community's seeking. I think the community understands that we do have an issue. I've seen it firsthand. I've had teacher observations in schools. I had a handful at the high school this year where I seen it myself. I asked students to put their phones away because it was distracting from the learning. So therefore, we figured out there was a problem. We looked at it as a team, and then we put a survey out to the staff, to the community, and to the students. And we gathered all the feedback, and we just put together a very compromising and very fair policy for our students for their devices.
And that is what? What is it exactly happens?
So essentially, I mean, what it came down to is that the community was seeking the cell phones on the students in case of emergency. So our team came up with off and away during the school day. So rather than put it in pouches or lockers or storage lockers in the classroom or caddies, our thought and our feedback we received from the community was, should there be an emergency, we would like to get a hold of our kids. So the cell phone can be on the kid, but it can't be on and it can't be seen, but it can be on them. So if there was an emergency, that student would be able to make contact with the office, their parents, 911, whatever the case is. So the pouches just didn't seem to work for us and work for our community, so that's where we made a compromise and went with what was best for our Deptford Spartans.
I like that a lot. I'm not a fan of what I've seen. I've been outside the high school classroom for quite a while. It seems a huge burden, and I don't want to get into whose phone and somebody stole it, something's missing with the pouching and all this other stuff. I kind of think this more directly gets to that point. And what happens? How many warnings do you get if you abuse this? What happens? What's the discipline?
I mean, in our plan, we do have an escalation of discipline for students that are in possession of a device, and that's considered if it's seen. I mean, technically it shouldn't be heard because it's off and away, but if it's seen and the student's actively using it, then that's considered a possession. And then there's also considerations and an escalation for discipline for students that are actually like videoing or recording or doing something inappropriate with the device. Obviously, it's a distraction period, and I'm very big on student privacy, and no student should have their privacy violated in the schools, whether they're taking pictures in a locker room or in a bathroom or, using it as an opportunity to discuss something and meet up to do something or cause harm. I'm very big on that. So the whole purpose is to eliminate that to the best of our ability. And there will be an escalation of discipline. It will be enforced, and that's where the teaching association, we have their full support. They feel supported now, and the administration's on board, and they feel supported from the central administration, myself and the assistant superintendent. So there's just this camaraderie that this has to be done for the benefit of our students, for their education, for their future, and just eliminate the distraction, eliminate the concerns that come up with having students have devices on them.
So the teachers union then doesn't feel this is too much on the teachers to arbitrate. See, I think if you had the pouching and all that, I think teachers have more to arbitrate with that, of who did what and you didn't put it in there and everything else. I kind of like this. It's pretty obvious. If you have it out, that's a violation.
Correct. And we were going to make an announcement each day in the morning on the morning announcements because students should have it off and in the off position before they step foot in their first classroom for the first bell. So an announcement will be made, and that's the student's warning. So, and it also takes the teacher element out of it too, because we will never have a student collect the phone. If a student has to take the phone down to the main office, the student brings it down and it's locked away till the end of the school day.
Yep.
So the teacher, nor the administrator, nor a secretary would actually be in possession of the phone. It would be a student delivers it to the main office.
Let me ask you, too, in reference to this, another field kind of related to it. Have you guys come up with a policy, or are you in the throes of it, around AI? How does that play out? Because the last years I was teaching, even then, research papers, we were in the field then, superintendent, where you had people getting paid to write research papers. In 1 year, this student wrote, now that I'm a senior at Glassboro State, and they were only a senior at the local high school, and the end administration said, well, you can give them a failing grade, you can't give them a 0, and teachers actually wore black armbands to the graduation over this. I was one of them. Absolutely right. So with AI now, the stakes are really much higher.
I agree. But we also, just like with the internet coming out a few years back, we want to educate our students and educate our staff on artificial intelligence. We do have a policy that we just updated. It does speak to an artificial intelligence plan that we're going to work on this summer with teachers, students, and feedback from our staff. And then we're going to keep that policy pretty fluid, considering if we determine anything new that comes along with AI. Our teachers at the high school, middle school have had something called No Red Ink, which is a software that they can run a assignment through to determine if there was any plagiarism or if there was any AI used to generate that paper. So we've had provisions in place, but we're also coming up with a plan. So it's spelled out just like our cell phone plan, our student device plan, so that should a student do this, this is what happens, and that there's no hidden secrets or anything being kept from the student or the parent.
You mentioned something, too, the negative effects of social media, cell phones and all, and you said you're very big on privacy. I would think this is one of the biggest headaches imaginable in your position, anybody in your position, with student privacy. And again, back in the day, I can't speak for you, but, maybe any of us would have done things as a kid, but with videoing this and then fake stuff and AI that I was getting to, this is really a minefield.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm a parent too, and I think the community needs to understand that. Like, I have 3 kids, and they're all in schools, or actually in 3 different schools, and something unimaginable happened to one of my kids. And as a superintendent, I lead through both a parent lens and through a school leader lens. And for students to take pictures or post videos or escalate cyberbullying, it tugs at my heartstrings as a parent, but also as a school leader. And I think that every kid should come to school feeling comfortable, ready to learn, and not be in fear. So if there's anything we can do or any provisions we can put into place to make sure that every kid feels comfortable, that's what my job is, and that's what my job is for the Spartan community.
You mentioned that several times, too. I could tell the pride in that mascot. The Spartans come onto the football field. I don't want to be at the Athens on the other side.
Me fired up over here to go to...
Athens. What chance do they have against Spartans?
No, sir. No chance against our Spartans.
Absolutely. Superintendent, thank you. Thanks for coming on. This takes place in September, the new policy?
Yeah, it's been rolled out to the community both in a family format and also in writing. So everybody's aware it's a September start, and we're going to keep monitoring it. I'll monitor it myself as I walk around and check things out for myself, and we'll go from there.
Superintendent, thank you. Please come back. Really enjoyed talking with you.
Same here, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, and remember, if you see a Borowski name on there, Maisie's the good side.
Well,
Call her at home.
Throw me under the bus. The kid's not even born yet, Dom. Come on.
Why was Dawn saying Daisy today? Did she pick that name?
Think about it. It's been the same thing over and over since we've announced that the little one's going to be a girl. If you take the name Dan...
Oh,
you take the name Maisie.
Is that who came up with
it? You put it together. And it's not Dawn. My sister said it right away. We had listeners say it on the YouTube chat.
I think so, yeah.
But Maisie's against it.
I'm against it. I'm on Maisie's side.
Look, we have a cousin. She would have a cousin named Lily. I think it would be cute having a Daisy and a Lily,
Goodness.
But Maisie's thing is, and Dom, I want your thoughts on this because you have a junior.
Right.
She says she doesn't want to give the impression that the first is our favorite and we waste the best name being Daisy on the first, so.
I have the answer to that one.
Are you a junior?
No, I'm not. Okay. I'm just saying you can name the first child, Daisy as the combination.
And then what? Man for the second.
Yeah, Manuel.
Oh God.
Manuel.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait a minute, we're looking at the second child.
Maniela.
Down the road here, and we're afraid the first child is getting, this is like the prodigal son.
Well, yeah,
like that
Maisie doesn't want to, upset our theoretical second child, yes.
The theoretical the first isn't even here yet, Mike. I think the first is being shorted a bit in this. Go all out for the first and go all out for the second.
Where's the fatted calf, Dan?
I hope she was listening earlier. I hope she's listening now.
Let's face it. The first is going to be more disciplined. The second gets away with. It's like Jimmy Carter, and then the youngest was Billy Carter. Jimmy Carter becomes president. Billy Carter's urinating in front of the media with Billy beer on it.
I was going to say, at least it ended up with a beer, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Sue says, I said it too, love Daisy. Yeah, you were one of the first ones in the chat to say that, Sue. Yeah.
Don't go with these outside influencers. Maisie's right. And the name experts, I think we should have them on for this. They say the 2 names, I read it today, do not name your child Olivia and Liam. The reason is those two are Olivia's all over.
They're both like top 3 boy and girl
it's funny you say that
names
because those are both off our list because they're both. We know Olivia's and Liam's already, and we don't
the other
wanna...
ones I would say all these names that were little spin-offs of some. There's like a core name, and then there's a Caitlin this spelled with that. And we're going to spell it with a different letter.
I can't stand the extra vowels, consonants. Just put that all away. Keep it normal. Keep it
you failed spelling, kid. Yeah, but there's no test. Your name, you failed. Yeah.
The internet calls those a lot of times tragedies, but spelled TRADEIGH.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Keep the names coming in here till we get the one here. And I'm sure the female.
Maisie said she is listening with the laughing face. Yeah.
So you have the green eye shades on when she's at home?
No,
she's
working.
Do they do that in accounting for? I like a green eye shade.
You were so caught up on the green eye shade.
Yeah, I like it.
She wore it like once in her life to an event.
It's official. I like my tax guy to have that on. Yo, Phil, can you put that on when I come over? I like the green eye.
Believe it or not, she doesn't wear makeup often.
Okay.
Yeah, so. The rare times maybe it's a green eyeshadow, but
no, it's the green eye. It's the headgear that they wear. It's like a visor.
Oh,
when they're doing your accounting. It's not.
No! I thought you were talking because I thought you said something about green eyeshadow once too.
No, I meant the.
She does have green eyeshadow.
No.
I mean, she can wear the green eyeshadow with the visor. Yeah.
No, it's a visor. Yeah.
You want a Mandela effect moment? You know what that is? Being retconned on the internet. It's when you have a situation that everybody remembers differently.
Right.
Go look up the dogs playing poker picture.
Right.
Everybody remembers that exact thing you're talking about, that green see-through visor that accountants use. Everyone remembers one of the dogs wearing one of those in that, but if you go look, there is no dog wearing a green visor.
You know what?
It's a Mandela effect.
They should go back and repaint it then.
I think so too. It's not how I remember it at all. I thought it was darker in the picture. It just doesn't
go look up dogs playing poker. It's not the painting you remember.
We have one guy that sends me a lot of emails that's a big-time accountant. Does he wear a green eye shade? If he doesn't, I won't answer the emails. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Coming to your calls next on Talk Radio 1210. First, though, let's remind you, big news. Rescue Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock and price. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use the code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Or you can shop online by visiting res-q.com. res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue 1210 pricing. Again, use that code WELLNESS, 33% off any single bottle. That code WELLNESS, WELLNESS, 33% off on top of 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get savings at res-q.com. Do it today.
It's that time of year again. Time for the Zioli Army to become the Zioli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May and join me for our first live broadcast of the summer at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, June 20th. These live shows are always the greatest, and I want to see you there. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, Friday, June 20th, our first live show of the summer, and you better be there because it's going to be something to remember. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've been a fan of Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro forever, and I'm so excited that they've got an amazing anniversary coming up. 60 years in business, 60 years of standing up for freedom and liberty and your rights. So join their staff June 24th through the 28th for specials throughout the store. Bob's Little Sports Shop will have a limited number of very special commemorative Henry rifles for sale. So get in and check out their incredible inventory and this milestone event of 60 years being celebrated all throughout June, and with a special week of sales from June 24th through the 28th. Military discounts available. Visit bobslittle.sportshop.com for more details and come see them on Delsea Drive in Glassboro. They're open daily Tuesday through Saturday. bobslittle.sportshop.com. They're my store. In one visit, they're going to be your store too. Great people, responsible gun ownership, protect our freedom, protect our liberty. bobslittle.sportshop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, as promised, let's go to the callers here with Dom. Let's go to Joe in Columbus, New Jersey on Talk Radio 1210. Joe, thanks for the wait.
Oh, Dom, anytime. Dom, Bob Costas. I mean, is he even relevant these days? I mean, they roll him out of the closet full of mothballs for the Fall Classic. And I, in my opinion, he was always remember back on Saturday baseball where you had Joe Garagiola and Tim McCarver? Yes. And it was a very tutorial baseball education, maybe too much over the top, but it was still good baseball. I always thought he was one of those guys wannabes. And I don't see him much, how social media implants itself, whether you like it or not. He doesn't even come up these days, let alone should have an opinion on anything.
Well, right. And Joe, the last time I remember a major thing with him, it was startling, going after guns. Why was that guy at that age so deranged? We know now about CTE and all, and I watch football like everybody else. That would have been real, but instead it was a lecture on guns during Monday Night Football.
And why was it him they rolled out of a storage closet to say that? Because he just doesn't, I don't know. I think he has Napoleon complex, and they cater to that.
Yeah, and trying to say journalism. See, I'm going after the Syracuse Newhouse School and all that, Joe. Journalism. And journalism now means, are they teaching this in school? Well, Trump is so obvious. You have to not say, let's hear both sides on this. That's not objective anymore. Just go after Trump.
Yes, we have to counteract Trump. You're right, absolutely. It's becoming ridiculous because I liked the guy when he emerged. I stopped liking him overnight.
Yeah, exactly, Joe. What do you have on the side today?
Well, mine was a lifestyle, and if you grew up in the '60s and '70s, and maybe even the '80s, and school was winding down. And even in the fall, you saw the blonde, beautiful USC cheerleaders. You wanted to be a part. You wanted to take a road trip to Redondo Beach with a surfboard, and you wanted to take part in that Beach Boy lifestyle. It was the Beach Boys.
Yeah, that's a great one. You know what Philadelphia did when the Beach Boys appeared here, and it was sort of at the height of their fame, Joe. They rolled out.
I was there, Dom.
Yeah,
I was there.
And what did the sign say? You remember that they rolled out that was a big debacle?
No, I don't.
All right. It said from sea to shining sea is what they wanted, but it's shining was SHINNING.
No.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
shit.
Oh,
my
yeah.
God.
Oh, yeah. And Joe, by the way, Johnny has agreed to give me bartending lessons. Might I pour the first beer for you and your son, or do you need a professional?
No. I would be honored for that.
All right, we will do that then,
Joe, did you bring up the whole secret sauce, secret gravy thing?
What's that, Dan?
I said, did you bring up the whole secret sauce versus secret gravy thing you were playing around with in the chat today?
No, that was Newman. That was Newman.
Okay, got you.
Credit to.
Yeah, because you don't call it secret. You don't call it secret gravy, Dom. It's secret sauce.
We do call it secret gravy.
No, you don't. No, you never hear secret
Trump
gravy.
has the secret
You
gravy.
never hear secret gravy.
Yeah, we do. Trump has a secret gravy. No other Republican has.
They
I'm
call
being
it secret.
consistent.
If they call it secret gravy, it's a secret from me because I've never heard that.
All right. Well, that's a deep secret. You need to get the initiation going.
Hey, also during the break, I put up the dogs playing poker on Velvet picture.
Yes.
It was up there on YouTube. There's also a poll. Is that the one that you remember? And 67% say no. I feel vindicated.
So they do.
Why is my
remember
mic
it.
not working?
They do remember it with a visor.
It keeps
right?
turning
is
off
what
by
you're
itself.
saying, but there's no
You're on.
visor. There's no visor.
Yeah, there's no green visor. Yeah.
That's a shame.
Yeah. It's up there again, youtube.com/@12WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, and vote in the poll.
Have a green visor.
No, but she does have one of those, those machines that you boop, boop, boop.
Yeah.
Boop, 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 boop. Like one of the,
the calculators.
Calculators with, the roll on the back that has,
you gotta have that, too. That's official. Then when they rip it off in the end and say, you don't owe the government
When
anything.
she whipped that thing out, Dom, I was so proud of her.
Does she say, you don't owe the government, Mr. Borowski, anything?
No, she has not, but she will tonight, I'm sure.
All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get a line, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Big 2 o'clock hour. Let's see, Dom's Money Melody, yes. Pair of lawn tickets to see Ringo Starr and his all-star band again at the Mann Center. That'll be around 2:13. We're going to talk with Miranda Devine from the New York Post. She has a new podcast out, First Guest, President Trump. But we'll also talk with her. She's done a lot on what's going on in L.A. as it continues here on Talk Radio 1210.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hey, it's Jack Fritz. Join me on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a musical salute to Philly sports on Saturday, July 12th. I'll be out front before the show signing my new book, Ring the Bell, which is all about our beloved Phils. Get tickets to the show at joeconklin.com and buy the book at ringthebellbook.com. That's two great Father's Day gift ideas. You got Dad and Pop-Up covered. Happy Father's Day from joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Join 1210 WPHT and Nick Kale in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's Sunday, July 20th. Ride 10, 30, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for families of the fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Big prize again today. Ringo Starr, lawn seats. We told you about it yesterday at the Man. We'll have that around 2:13-ish or so. 855-839-1210. You get a line, you can get on board. And Miranda Devine here, brand new podcast. I mean, as good as it gets with the New York Post, she's got a lot on what's going on in L.A., and her first podcast guest will be President Trump. Let's see, what else do we have? Mulligan's, the guest list continues. If you missed it yesterday, Scott Presler, one of the architects of the big win in Pennsylvania, and Linda Kearns, who we'll try to get on tomorrow. We got to agree. We haven't agreed yet on what we're going to debate, apparently, but we have to settle that by some kind of vote or something tomorrow. We've had really good suggestions. If you have one, you can hit me with that. It'll be a lot of fun sometime during the show there at Mulligan's. And, of course, you'll be able to vote officially, 1 vote per customer. We had all kinds of judges of elections in the great, you'll have to put your name down, or alias, or make your X. Dan can vote. I'll be voting. Roe might look the other way. Yeah. All right, let's go first, though, with what's going on in L.A., Commissioner Tom DiBello is on to something out there in Little Philadelphia. That would be Montgomery County. Are they trying to steer clear of Trump coming after them on Sanctuary County by using the word welcoming? What does that mean? What are they really up to? Let's go to Commissioner Tom DiBello. Hey, Tom, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Don. How you doing?
Very well. So before we get to that, Tom, we hear that Philadelphia is going to be the flagship this weekend of the big days of defiance. We have no king, and it looks like out of Montgomery County they're doing a lot too on that day.
Yeah, there's I've heard rumors of them planning stuff in Morristown and some other areas throughout the county as well. They're really doubling down. They're going to be pushing on this whole thing this weekend. As the whole point of this weekend was to celebrate our military. But they're trying to turn this into an anti-Trump, ICE and all this other kind of stuff rallies this weekend.
So, Tom, are you saying that they're trying to play around with the language? I'm amazed. Trump must have put the fear in God of the other 2 commissioners. They haven't just said, yes, we are a sanctuary county, and that's it. What are they doing with the welcoming stuff?
Well, it's a great question, and, it's been going on for several weeks now, or actually almost 2 months of the activists coming into our meetings asking, and bringing up this whole welcoming county. It's just a play on words. What they're asking for is exactly that. It's they have this belief that Montgomery County should be a sanctuary county. And, you know, from a legal standpoint, I'm not really sure what that really means because we don't have authority over municipalities. And now what they're pushing to say is that they don't want our county employees to have any interaction with ICE, and forbid them to talking with federal authorities, which again, I don't even understand where that comes from or what they think that means. But, I believe that, at some point, some kind of resolution is going to come forward. I don't know what it's going to be. These are certain things like this I don't find out until the very last second. But I don't know.
Let me go back, Tom. It's one thing not to enforce Lake and Riley Act, detainers, ICE, and all that. It's another to tell the entire, that's quite a workforce, that they even can't interact with ICE.
Well, that's what the ask is. That's what the activists are asking for. Okay. They're saying that there should be no interaction, forbid county employees from providing any information to federal authorities, which would include ICE. Last weekend, you probably heard there was raids in Morristown. They picked up between 20 and 25 illegals. And, we got to be careful because what's happening is that they're trying to blur the lines between, with this welcoming county versus sanctuary county, which is all the same thing. And the new one is what, and I think I mentioned this before, they're really trying to, we've gone from illegal and legal terminology to undocumented document terminology. Now everything is just replaced with immigration or immigrants.
Immigrant.
So
right. It's good of you to pick up on it. That's right. The new thing. Right. They just say immigrants. Who would be against an immigrant? Right.
Right, exactly. Because we have here in Montgomery County, we do have about 100,000 immigrants that have come here legally and have done everything according to the law, and they've been great assets to all the communities. But what the goal is to sit there and say, they want to mask that or group that with illegal, so they call everyone immigrant. So if you come out and say anything, then it gets twisted and turned into you're against immigrants, you're immigrant against immigration, or you're against our immigrant communities, and that's not what that's about. And I've talked about this before. Like I do not support harboring of illegals. I don't support sanctuary cities or anything like that, and I don't support putting up obstacles or roadblocks against federal authorities. There's a law. The law has to be enforced, and we need to stand behind our law enforcement. And that's just the bottom line from my perspective. And then they try to go down this road of, well, our grandparents or great grandparents or whatever came here. They're immigrants, but again, they came here and. People should go back and read history about Ellis Island and how people migrated into the United States. It wasn't like they just came in boatloads and got off at the shores and just walked into the country. I mean, it was a very detailed process about how you went through Ellis Island.
And particularly health-wise, health checks and all
and
that.
Health-wise,
right,
all that.
Exactly. Yep, exactly.
Yep, all that. It was very, very complex, very, detailed process of procedure to come into the country, 150, 200 years ago, whatever.
Right.
And so they kind of, ignore all that. But so this is what we're up against. And, there's going to be more and more push in Montgomery County to harbor, illegals. And I'm trying to fight against that. I don't, I don't stand for it or support it, and I need the help. I mean, we need people to stand up on the side of law and not on on the side of not enforcing the law.
Well, Tom, we know you're doing that. Thank you. Please stay in touch. Any developments? Because I know you usually have your Thursday meeting and all that. Just let Dan know, and we'll hook up with you. Thank you, Tom, very much.
All right, Tom. Thanks a lot. Yep. Thank you.
Commissioner Tom DiBello here on Talk Radio 1210. By the way, the idea of the day, our own Scott Presler tweeting out in Jersey, hey, what about these plastic bags? And Jack Ciattarelli, or his guy, I guess, saying there'll be no plastic bag ban in a Ciattarelli administration. Now, I'm researching. I don't know if he can do that. We'll get him on tomorrow, hopefully, after he's nominated tonight. I don't know if he can do that by executive order, but that's very Trumpian. All this stuff about lowering property taxes, ins, outs, and all that. People's eyes glaze over after a period of time because of we've heard this stuff. Not that I'm saying it's not necessary. But no tax on tips, or no. We want plastic bags. It's ridiculous, the usage, what you have to go through, and it's not even effective. I hope Jack Cettarelli, we can egg him on to the, if he can do that by executive order, rescind this, I think that's a winning issue. What are they going to say on the other side? Oh, people are littering. Who are littering? In places like Philadelphia, they litter. This whole thing with the plastic bag is very similar to the gun. Let's ban the gun, not the illegal use of guns. Let's ban the plastic bag, not people who are just litter bugs constantly. Nancy in Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Nancy, welcome in.
Hi there, Don.
Hi, Nance.
I have a question. Is blocking, shutting down, or closing off roads, highways, bridges, so that nobody can get to school, get to a hospital, get to daycare to pick up their kids, get to their chemotherapy appointment, or get an ambulance through if there's an emergency for their child? Is that considered peaceful protests?
Yes, it is, by Democrats, and sadly, I think in Philadelphia, by some of the police. If you're big enough and they think that's a First Amendment thing, they dither. They let people block traffic at key spots in downtown Philadelphia, Nance. And to your point, you've added a new one I'll use when I talk about a mom rushing to get the kids or a dad. How about chemotherapy? Well, we have a bigger cause here. We're here illegally, and you need to know that, so you reschedule your chemotherapy.
Wouldn't it be interesting if one of the people blocking a roadway happened to have a child at home that had a medical emergency and the ambulance couldn't get to the
Exactly.
child?
No, that is a great point, Nancy. It's essentially a form of kidnapping, holding you against your will so that they can use a megaphone and make you happy to listen to them. Nance, what's your L.A. association?
My association is my daughter, who's a Phillies fan, who goes to Dodgers baseball games all in her Phillies gear.
All right, that's very nice. We were getting worried there was going to be the Dodger blue. Arguably one of the 2 or 3 best uniforms in sports, their home thing.
Ooh.
It is impressive.
Hot take.
Yeah, I think they are.
Oh, they're clean. They're very nice.
They do look very nice.
That high rated though? I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you there, Dan.
Time for a new Dom's Top 10 best sports jerseys.
Of course, I could say something nice about them. I'm still looking at these maniacs. These guys, I would stop them just to stop them with the big hammers, breaking up sidewalks in L.A. and then handing them out and throwing them at the cops. Got to get the hammers guy. There's 3 or 4 of them with backpacks and big hammers. But right now, first, we want to give you a great prize. It is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, we're playing for a pair of tickets, lawn tickets, to see Ringo Starr and his all-star band at the Mann Center in Philadelphia, PA, this Saturday, June 15th. Ringo's coming to town to celebrate the Electoral College. Can he go, yo, Philly, today is Electoral College
I'm sure
Day,
that's exactly
mates.
why he's coming down.
Yo, I bet Ringo Starr knows everything. If you call him up, he'd come on the show to talk the Electoral College.
No, I don't think so.
June 15th.
He's British, Tom.
2025. Well, he probably resents the revolution and all that. Yes, that's true. Tickets, probably lives here, though, I'm guessing, are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. Dan?
Yeah, Dom. So today,
Yeah.
Today we're talking something associated with Los Angeles.
Right.
Obviously, something that's associated with Los Angeles is Hollywood and all the TV and movie that comes out of it. I'm going to play a cover of the song "California Dreamin'" by the Mamas and the Papas.
Ooh, tying it all together.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
I'm going to play a cover of that song. The person singing this song, he was a major TV star in the 80s and the 90s. In shows that primarily took place in Los Angeles and around California. I want to know, and also, after a night of long binge drinking, he may enjoy a nice little cheeseburger. Don't we all, after a night of drinking?
Well, I prefer cheesesteak being here.
Cheesesteak, yeah. Well, he I don't think
after a long night of drinking, what are you imbibing?
Of wine drinking, what do I buy at that point?
Spaghetti and gravy, we know. Come on.
Probably rose gravy. That's true.
Oh, man.
It's delectable.
Oh, it does sound good. But
Hope
yeah.
she brings a salad with it, too. The salad, she won't give up the secret. It's unbelievable. Bro, bring the salad.
So anyway, yeah, so this person starred in 2 major TV shows throughout the 80s and the 90s and likes a cheeseburger after a night of drinking. Dom, I want to know this cover artist.
I don't think it's bad. I just think it's different, and I yearn to hear the original. But
Totally.
yeah.
Yeah,
All
so
right,
this, 80s, 90s TV star.
Okay. Hit us with that, and you're off to see Ringo Starr. And if you happen to, we don't have backstage passes, but ask him about the Electoral College. 855-839-1210. You get in.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I feel like I've had a therapy session just
Yes.
holding these puppies.
Agreed.
Getting the word out like this really does help.
We want to continue this partnership, and we want to continue doing this. It's a great organization, and we want to help you get the word out as much as we possibly can. So we should do more events like this.
We're 1 week from Father's Day, so next week we'll have to talk about Dad's Day.
Hey, if you're a dad, it's a great day to treat yourself to a new dog and a new Mercedes lease. I mean, get a jump on it now. Why not?
Well said.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-414-3221. 800-414-3221. 800-414-3221.
June means road trips, beach weekends, and non-stop summer fun. And United Tire is here to make sure your car is ready to roll. Right now, during the Grill and Go event, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your vehicle needs. Need an alignment, brakes, or just want the best road hazard protection? United's got you covered. From oil changes and inspections to brand new tires. Trust the skilled techs at United Tire to keep you moving. Schedule your service today at UnitedTire.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
All Dom Giordano listeners, follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is exactly right. Let's hear today's clue.
And the sky is
Perfect song. Perfect song for this. All right, let's go to Steve in Springfield Township. Steve on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Steve, what's your answer today?
All right, so even though I'm not German, I'm still a big fan. I'm going to guess it's the Hoff, David Hasselhoff.
Oh, my God. I never would have gotten that in a million years. Nicely played. You're not a big fan, huh?
No, I love the Hoff. That's what I said. Even though I'm not German, I'm still a big fan.
No, it's because Germany's obsessed with the Hoff,
I know
Dom. He's
they
a
are.
European superstar.
I don't know why that's ever been explained. What's up with the Germans on that? I'll put you on hold, Steve. Say hello to Ringo Starr for us.
Yeah, Dom, we're talking about, Baywatch, Knight Rider, two shows that took place 80s, 90s around L.A. What I was referencing with the cheeseburgers, there was a viral video of him back in 2007 of him drunk in the bathtub eating a cheeseburger.
Kind of sad to see.
Yeah, a little bit, but apparently he has been sober since then, so good for him.
Really had a turnaround then, yeah.
Oh, no Wiener Schnitzel or no October.
I actually met him at Howard Stern one time. He's a tall guy. Walked up to, and it was surreal, but really, really nice guy. I don't know if he was just doing the kind of, I'm a celebrity meeting people lesser than me, so I'm going to be kind to them, which is something you saw often. But it's quite the moment when I got to meet the Hoff.
The most intriguing you met when you were doing the Stern thing seems to be Dr. Ruth, no?
Well, Dr. Ruth, just because her backstory, from a perspective of not knowing the person and then learning just tons about them. Because Dr. Ruth, I actually got to sit down with, and it was there that she told me about her being a sniper and this kind of thing. And she just has such a cool backstory. But the most surreal meeting was because I grew up with her on Nick at Night, and I grew up with him watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And I tell the story all the time, but it's because it was the most impactful to me. That's when I met Betty White and Regis Philbin.
Regis.
Yeah.
So do you think meeting any celebrity in the world is more thrilling or you're gaga than a president? I would say it's a president.
The Pope?
Ooh.
I'm still saying president.
I don't know.
Yeah.
The Queen when she was
Pope's
around.
leading more
I don't think the King now, but Queen Elizabeth when she was around, maybe.
Queen Elizabeth I could consider.
Yeah.
But I'm still going to go the allure of the president, even when they're not the president. Like when George W. Bush and I was going to give him my shirt. Still, that he became a future president, it still has that allure to me. I was right there at Westchester with the president.
My starstruckness has a strong nostalgia bias.
Okay,
So if there's someone I'm nostalgic, like I can meet Andrew Lincoln of The Walking Dead and have absolutely no starstruck nature, but then I have Ray Didinger on with you, and I can't even say two words to the guy just because I grew up with him. So
Sort of Dom Brown, because of the obvious Dom, when we were interviewing him. Couldn't explain how he bulked up over the long season. It was kind of an interesting moment.
It's Dom time.
Then all those home runs, and then he wasn't there. Okay. All right, so Steve's the winner. He has gone off. Couple of updates. We'll talk with Miranda Devine, take a couple more calls and lightning round. One, the polling in the inside says what's going on in L.A. is helping the big, beautiful bill. In other words, Dave McCormick will be on tomorrow, and I'll ask him about that. What's going on in L.A. is translating to say, look at all the money in this bill that's necessary to deport all these people that are going to a civil war stance in L.A. And I think that's accurate. And in New Jersey, people are going to be watching. I don't know how we'll know anything tomorrow on this. I'll try to see. How do Latino voters go? In other words, in general, that Trump has broken through. We know that with Latino voters. Democrats really hemorrhaging that. So I know the obvious thing might be to say, well, because of what's going on in L.A., Latino voters in a place like Jersey, at least in the general election, are going to vote against Republicans. I don't think so. I hope to get Dawn Fantasia definitely on the show tomorrow for several things, breaking down what happens today. And I agree with Scott Presler that I still can't count on Republicans to do the right thing. I mean, what's your excuse not to vote early? I get it. The mail-in ballot still, we need some more convincing. But you have early voting in Jersey. And I get the customary nature of it, but anything can happen when you can vote early. Plus, the numbers start to filter out. We want people to feel good that are voting today to think they have parity, not that they're 100,000 votes down of looking how many Democrat voters show up in this primary versus Republicans. I get it that it appears the Republican side that Jack Ciattarelli is going to win. I'd be very surprised. On the Democrat side, there's at least 3 of them maybe that have a reasonable shot to win. That may drive their turnout a bit. Plus, they're spending inordinate amounts of money. One guy over $40 million, the NJEA guy. But Pressler's right to sound the alarm. If people are only going to show up and vote for Trump, if that goes on in Jersey, then I think Mikey Sherrill is going to be the next governor. I mean, what do we do to get through to people? It can't just be about Trump and Trump on the ballot. Will Trump campaign for Ciattarelli? Maybe. He's endorsed, he's re-endorsed, he's done all of that. But at the end, people have to make a decision that they get it, winning and turning things around. And if we win in Jersey, that will be a massive tell heading into the midterms, meaning Republicans will feel they have the will of the people with them. They'll be emboldened to push on. If we don't, and we lose to the Democrat after all that Trump has done in Jersey, well, then we're going to be on the downside. It's going to feel uphill. This is very doable. Ciattarelli's run a great campaign. I encourage him, this thing he did with, if we get him on tomorrow, this thing he did with Scott Pressler on Twitter today saying there will be no plastic band bag in a Ciattarelli administration. I don't know. Do people care about who appoint conservative justices to the Supreme Court in Jersey? I think he needs more things like the plastic bag thing. Make people believe there's going to be a different energy. We're going to fight on this. Saying he'll get rid of, by executive order, the sanctuary state status, that's a great thing to do. That's a winner. All right, because they're going to vote against you, these progressives in Hudson and Essex and all those places I don't even know if I've been to. But you're going to turn out people with that. All right, so we're looking for, on the side question today, something associated with L.A. That's where the play is. Hit us with something. Coming up, Miranda Devine, who nobody did a better job going after Hunter Biden, things of that nature. She's been writing a lot of inside stuff about what's going on in L.A., who are the people doing this. And we saw that she has a brand new podcast, and her first guest, President Trump. She is as wired in as anybody we can bring you about what's going on in the Trump administration, things like L.A., et cetera. Great guest. And then we'll take more calls on the side question. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. Dr. Bentz, let me remind you one more time today, when it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just that quick fix. You deserve expert long-term care, and that's what you get from my friend, dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Here's an illustration. Recently, I had a chance to talk with one of our listeners, Joyce, a listener, new patient of Dr. Bentz. She had another dentist, long-term dentist, for her say, hey, Joyce, you just got to get dentures. That's it. Joyce told me she may be vintage, but she's not old. She wasn't going to go dentures. She happened to hear me talking about Dr. Bentz, dental implants, and the overall care and diagnosis with Dr. Bentz. She made a decision. She went with Dr. Bentz. She's thrilled with how this has worked out once she made the choice toward dental implants. This is the dentist to choose. My guy, the technology is overwhelming, his skill, and the connection with our listeners. So call Dr. Bentz, meet with him and his team, get that initial look, do what Joyce did on the road to great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. Call 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Serendipity Dizzle says, thanks a lot, Nick Kale. You think Democrat Mikey Sherrill will be our next governor. If you think I'm just going to predict Republicans win every single thing because it makes you feel good, I thought the left were the snowflakes and the softies. Come on, Serendipity Dizzle. Didn't I say that the red wave wasn't going to happen when I first walked in here in October 2022? Was I right? Was my prediction enough to keep Republicans at home? Bring the same energy you do for 47 to every other election where an R is on the board, and you'll win.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus. Get employee pricing on your favorite vehicles all month long. Right now during the Jeep Tops Off sales event, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for only $420 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $459 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom time. We're waiting on Miranda Devine, but I'll come to your calls here. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. This is cut 9. Here's Stephen Colbert, the genius. This is supposed to be comedy, I guess, or at least a variety show. Here's what he said last night comparing what Trump is doing in L.A. versus one of the all-time great Americans, LBJ.
Professional agitators.
No, it's cut 9 here.
They're bad people. They should be in jail. Thank you.
Yes, all the insurrectionists should be in jail. And I'll tell you, folks, we have We have plenty of room because I just pardoned 1,500 of them. And I pardoned them all, and they still haven't brought me the pelt of Mike Pence. Guys, I said seize him. Thank you. Trump's actions are shocking because this troop deployment is in defiance of the California government. Normally, the governor is in charge of the National Guard, and in Los Angeles, local and state authorities had not sought help in dealing with the protests. So nobody asked for this, and it's only going to make things worse. And in Los Angeles, there's a word for that. Transformers, Rise of the Beasts. Okay? Not going to help anybody. That's not going to help. That's not going to help any. This is unprecedented. The last time a president bypassed a governor to send in the National Guard was 1965 when LBJ used troops to protect civil rights demonstrators in Alabama. So we've come full circle. Troops were deployed to protect protesters by Lyndon B. Johnson, and now they're being used to threaten protesters by Donald B. Dick.
All right, there we go with Stephen Colbert. Here's the bottom line. These rights that the South was not going to admit students, children in Little Rock, Arkansas, the whole deal. And it was right to send them in to protect those kids and those that were protesting, legally protesting and under attack. Trump is sending in the National Guard because Newsom and Bass particularly are not going to protect citizens. What about all the other citizens? What about the businesses? I told you today, and we saw a little bit of this on YouTube, of this woman that comes back to her business from the looters. Colbert, would you like to see your studio looted? Would you like to have to deal with that? So sending in the troops is protecting the average person in L.A. that does not want to have to be blocked in, doesn't want to be the victim of fires or looting or criminal behavior, since the governor and mayor won't do it. Their civil rights. It's not just about the civil rights in some bygone era. It's about the civil rights of the average American. Americans know that. The polling, everything else that's out there are indicative of that. But we're going to see in the Jersey election, because Trump is going to be front and center. Now, I have to say, Mikey Sherrill has not made that as much, I don't remember her showing boxing rings with Trump and all that. If it's one of the guys, then several of them, that's all they talked about. They're going to fight Trump. If it's Sherrill, it's going to be interesting to see what she does with the Trump issue. But watching Jersey Latino voters, do they come out? Is Jack Ciattarelli able to muster them anywhere near the manner that Trump did? Democrats are telling themselves, well, that's because the economy was bad then. Oh, so the economy's a lot better under Trump now. It was all just about inflation and the economy. No, I think there was a breakthrough with Trump there. The trans issue, Cheryl is a coward. We'll say this again and again 1,000 times, because I think tomorrow she's going to be the nominee. She did not even show up to vote on Lake and Riley. If she had showed up and voted against the Lake and Riley Act, bad enough. She chose not to show up because she's afraid, and maybe she's more accurate than these others, of how people even in Jersey feel about that. So she did not vote on that. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you need to do is just push pound 1210. Hit us with that all-time association with L.A. Let's go to Alan in Hamilton on Talk Radio 1210. Alan, good afternoon. What do you have today?
Coast to Coast AM on your station all night.
Okay, thank you, Alan. I associate more with the desert where it used to be done out of, and Art Bell and all that stuff. Is it out of L.A. now? Maybe.
Is it? I'm going to look it up.
I'm not sure.
I thought it was like some weird place in like Sedona, Arizona or something like that.
Yeah, or one of the desert places. Okay. By the way, Kristi Noem calling out today, the Presidente of Mexico, who's tried to intervene in this whole deal in L.A. and be supportive while trying to walk the line. I think the thing we're seeing here that is the newest and most repugnant are these clowns showing up with backpacks and big hammers, chopping up whatever they can around them, then handing out all these bricks or projectiles to be thrown at people. I mean, this is incredibly... I'm watching them throwing at cars just flying by.
Sherman Oaks for Coast to Coast.
Oh, it is Sherman Oaks now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very,
San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles.
I don't even know who does it, but I know that...
George Norrie, isn't it?
Oh, is it Norrie still? Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, the desert with Art Bell was quite a production.
Weeknights and first Sunday are George Norrie, fourth Sunday, George Knapp.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Earl of Tacony's with us. They could broadcast it from Tacony. That is an exotic destination.
Oh, I'm sure Earl's a big Coast to Coast.
Yeah, I'm sure. And the Earl of Tacony. All right, Earl, what do you have today? Hi.
Hi. First off, I'm kind of sick and tired of them saying Trump didn't send in the National Guard. I was there January 6th, and when things started to wind down, when people started climbing the walls and everything, and people realized, well, this isn't going anywhere, as I was walking back to my bus with my group, we saw several trucks of National Guard troops coming in the opposite direction, heading toward the Capitol. The National Guard was there. It's just that they weren't surrounding the Capitol from the very start.
Okay, well that's a fine point there, but again, it's who had the authority and didn't call them in, and the head of the National Guard, the colonel, testified about the fact that they were not authorized by Nancy Pelosi because he laughingly said they were afraid black men from Washington would storm there in the National Guard and take over the government for Trump. That's how ludicrous it is.
Right. My point is just the fact that they said they were not there at all,
Okay.
and they were there.
Okay.
They were there later,
Right.
but it's just a matter of timing. But my answer, and it's a bit off the wall, it's a bit out of the box. It's going to be Billy Joel. Now, Billy Joel, when he signed his first contract, did an album called Cold Spring Harbor. It was poorly engineered, sold very poorly, and he didn't realize that he had signed a lifetime contract with his producer. So to get out of his contract, he was so disappointed with the record, Billy Joel got as far away from New York as possible. He headed out to Los Angeles. He played piano in the Biltmore Room in Los Angeles. That's where Piano Man came from. And he did 2 California albums. The first one was Piano Man. The second one was Street Life Serenade. And if you listen to the album, it's all about Los Angeles. In fact, he even did a song called Los Angelinos, which is a love song, a tribute to what life in Los Angeles was like in 1974.
All righty. Thank you, Earl. I never would have known that. Before we have the lightning round, Henry, this is cut 12. Here's the CNN pollster, Enton, this morning, I think this is, on CNN, talking about Trump's approval on immigration. I mean, at this point, the polling is kind of caught up in a lot of the stuff that's played out in L.A. Here's what Harry Enton said this morning.
Talking about the analysis in the New York Times this morning, there was an article written saying that President Trump is getting what he wants from these clashes in Los Angeles over immigration and immigration raids. Why? Why does he feel that way? With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. So let's unpack that a little bit. The issue of immigration. How is President Trump seen as doing on that?
Yeah, if we just take a look at the baseline numbers here, this is Trump's net approval rating on immigration. It's gone up like a rocket. Compare now versus 8 years ago during Trump's first term. Look at this. In his first term, Trump was way, way, way underwater at minus 21 points. But look at this. He's up over 20 points. Now, in the aggregate, he is in positive territory at plus 1 point on his net approval rating. Some other polls even have it a little bit higher than that. There is no issue on which Trump is doing so much better than he was in his first term, more than the issue of immigration. No wonder the Times has written it up the way that he is. Trump is begging for a fight on this because he knows what he's doing so far is working with the American electorate.
And it's going to continue to work. Now, I said the only change that we've seen from going after the criminal aliens and all that, that's most recent, there is an inflection point where ICE, because they've gotten a great number of those people, is now going after the worksite issue. That's what you're seeing, and that's a little bit of what you saw in L.A. There has not been a viral moment yet that I see where people went, I can't stand for that. That's inhumane. That's heartless. at least the majority of Americans. And sometimes it's in the mid-50s that say, you know what? Every time Democrats defend this, what we're seeing play out in L.A., when you see more looting, you see the throwing of bricks, and you see the attacks on the police, go and get them. Deport this. This is out of control. So the more Democrats do this, the longer this lasts, the more opportunity there is politically with this. And it's sometimes the right thing, it is the right thing, and the politically right thing come together. Big time, this is working politically. All right, it is the lightning round next. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do, and you keep on waving that Mexican flag on dirt bikes and all. Let's do that for the midterms. Give out thousands of Mexican flags and dirt bikes. 855-839-1210. Hey, are you thinking about selling your home? And I'm not talking about just in the next month or 2 months. Could be a year out with a lot. They're thinking about it, right? Well, it's not like it used to be. The market is shifting. Today's buyers are pickier than ever. They want move-in ready homes with modern features. So how do you stand out without breaking the bank? My great friend Diane Giordano from Giordano Realtors is hosting a free event that answers all that for future home sellers. Learn how to navigate this uncertain housing market, rising inventory, fluctuating interest rates, and fast-moving technology. Also learn her low-cost staging techniques that meet today's buyers' demands. Join Diane and me for a glass of wine and hors d'oeuvres on Wednesday evening. That's tomorrow night, Wednesday, June 11th, at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. This special event, you'll get a signed copy of her new book, Model Home Mindset. Get ahead of the competition. Come to Diane's Future Home Seller event and sell your home fast. It's all free. All you have to do is tell her you're coming. RSVP now. Call 215-576-8666 or just visit 215-576-8666.com. 215-576-8666. I'll see you tomorrow night at the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. 1 minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Father's Day is coming up soon. My advice? Get him a gift from Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. They have a great selection of Father's Day gifts. My personal favorites are the handcrafted pocket knives from designer William Henry. They also have chains, pendants, and a massive selection of designer watches. Ditch the ties this year. Get him something different. A gift from Family & Company Jewelers. Online at familyjewelers.com.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Get Dad the gift of laughter this Father's Day with tickets to see Joe Conklin in Wildwood July 11th and in Ocean City on July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, that is right. The lightning round is here. Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem with Dom on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, what do you have?
Hey, Dom, Dan, good to talk to you. Lightning round, I'll get right to it. When I don't feel like I have a winner, I go tongue-in-cheek, Dom. So I'm going to come up with an answer that most people have heard of, and that, quite honestly, I think is our only chance to turn California red, and that would be the San Andreas fault. Stay with me, Dom.
I know where you're going. Yes, yeah.
I know it sounds morbid and crazy, but I'm really starting to think that Lex Luthor was onto something in that movie Superman. You guys have a great day.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah, they split off from America. Yeah. All right. Frank in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Frank. Welcome in.
Hey, Dom, listen, I want to give you a thing on that gravy contest down there in Wildwood for the 20th. The gravy has to get hot in order to judge it. You can't judge it when it's cold, so maybe you want to pass it on to your wife, but she probably does herself.
Frank says no cold gravy, Dom. No cold gravy.
Fine. Yeah, he can
only warm gravy.
Okay.
How about sauce, Frank? Can we serve the sauce cold?
Yeah.
Sauce is not in my vocabulary.
There you go. That's why you're a judge of elections there, Frank.
Dom.
Yes.
Dom. I want to make a comment on the Los Angeles thing over there.
Yes.
If the Democratic politicians can't see that there's looting and then all kinds of destruction over there, the guy with the sledgehammer, he's breaking up the pavement and the stones are thrown over the bridge. Well, they ought to turn around and take the glasses off. Maybe they can see better.
All righty. Thank you, Frank. Thanks for the commentary. And mainly, Frank, it's just voting on the thing. He's bringing his gravy, Dan, so I know. That's fine. You know,
he wants it warm though. You know,
yeah, that's fine.
Johnny's got to warm up the gravy.
He'll warm up the gravy so we can all taste it.
No
but
cold gravy.
We're not having a big, bring hundreds of gravies there. It's the vote. Is it sauce or is it gravy is the thing. But we'll taste a few. I mean, I've done it before. All right, Joe in Exton. This is so on brand. What do you associate with L.A.? I thought he was going to go with the Getty Museum, which is right there, world famous, billions of dollars of artwork. But no, he goes a step further. Joe, what do you have?
Yes, hello, Dom. When I think of Los Angeles, I think of the Los Angeles Philharmonic under the direction of Gustavo Dudamel. And Dom, I was undecided whether to go with Getty or the Los Angeles Museum.
I knew it. I thought you would go Getty, but you took it even a step. Even I knew Getty. I didn't know about Gustavo, though, which is a great name, by the way. Thank you, Joe. We'll put you down for that. See, Dan, you can read his mind. The Getty Museum.
Yeah.
You knew it.
Venezuelan conductor.
Right. You go out to L.A. Do you want to see Hollywood? I have to get to the Getty Museum.
He's taking over the New York Philharmonic in 2026. Okay. Dom, coming soon. Yeah.
I wonder what he thinks of the Electoral College. Let's go to Chuck in Newtown Square. All right, Chuck, I like this answer. What do you have?
Dom, it's the first time I've called into you, and I'm not happy with my answer because it's so depressing. I went to a local high school in the area, Haverford Township High School, and the thing about it is the population of Haverford Township does not equal the number of homeless in all of Los Angeles. We have over 60,000 homeless people in Los Angeles, and it's what I think of. I mean, where are these people? It's so depressing. It's such a downer, and it's really the government. If they're not going to change, why am I going to feel that sorry for them?
Gotcha. Dan, I got to say, that's pretty accurate. I know San Francisco, too, but L.A., how do you live with all that misery around you?
Yeah.
And how do you, stay around that? Oh,
and
my
pay
God.
that much.
Dan, the Crooks guy, remember the guy that shot Trump in the ear?
Yeah.
His website was, how far was Oswald from Kennedy? Oh, my God. It just came out in the
How
research.
far away were the people on the grassy knoll?
Yeah, well.
I hate to say, though, I probably searched that exact phrase before.
Well, thank God Lee Harvey Oswald was not there.
Actually, I have searched that exact phrase when you were talking about the situation of Dallas being very close and closer than you expect. And
that's
on company computers.
Yeah, when we had Gerald Posner on, that's exactly what he said. It's much closer. So, all right, Dan, who did you like here?
There's a ton of them, Dom. I did you get to the Billy Joel answer? Because the Billy Joel one was good. I like the Joe's Philharmonic answer.
Right.
Robert San Andreas Fault's a good one. Coast to Coast, we didn't know was in L.A.
Right.
All those could qualify for me.
All right, Henry, how about you?
Yeah, how about an outside-the-box answer was Phil in Delaware with the Spruce Goose, designed by Howard Hughes.
That's outside the box. I'll give him that. Yeah.
And then the other one, Joe in Columbus, with that beach boy lifestyle. That's how you can live out in L.A. with all the homeless people. You can get to go to the beach every day, and it's perfect weather.
I like Joe of Columbus. All the homeless. It's kind of a depressing answer to win. I would go with Joe in Columbus. Yeah, he was very good on the beach boy lifestyle. Redondo Beach in your surfboard, Joe. All right, put Joe into the hat. We'll do it all again tomorrow. We have Dave McCormick. We have Jeff Van Drew coming on. And we'll see the results of the primary. Cettarelli's going to win. Will it be overwhelming? And I think it's Mikey Sherrill. What will that mean? We'll get all that tomorrow once we have the results. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. Rich is next with 4 big hours to set all this up. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I want to learn how to cook